They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Good evening, social change warriors, justice seekers, free Karen readers, and justice for John O'Keefe. Welcome back to Friday Night Lies, or if it's your first time with us, welcome to Social Change Warriors and our Friday night episodes of the Karen Reed Trial 1 and 2. Well, what a week again. And I sound like a broken record, I know, because I say this every Friday night. It's just incredible. It just never fails to disappoint. And it makes me sad all wrapped up into one. So I'll get to that in a minute. I just realized I need to email Julie her link to get in here because I only texted it to her. So let me take 2 seconds to do that. I'll be right back. I had an emergency live stream tonight from 7 to 8:30 Eastern time because one of my victims that I'm advocating for, one of my Florida cases, where is Sarah Ebosol, had a very dark day yesterday. And I'm not able to tell you any more than that. The episode is in my library. If you just go to Social Change Warriors live stream, and you can find the Where is Sarah Ebersol live that I just completed. I can give you a little more insight, but I can't tell you too much right now. I may have to be consulting an attorney, and there's a lot of other things going on with the Marion County Sheriff's Department that are not good. So I'll be sure to let you all know, but for right now, I apologize for this delay, but I had to do that emergency live stream for Sarah. And so I'm about to send Julie her link to get in. Stand by, Julie, if you're there. I didn't forget you. I just forgot to send you the link that you need to get onto the platform. And let's see here. I'm almost there. There we go. There we go. Invite guests. All right. I've got you covered, Jules. You're about to get the email. I always text it to you, and then I forget that you want me to email it to you too. So I've got to get that in my brain that I email you your, where are you? Trying to find your email now. That's strange. You're not coming up in my email, Jules. I don't know why. I've emailed you a million times before. That is very strange. I'm going to my sent file. I'm going to send you the link from another. I'm just going to reply to one of our old ones, okay? I'm having a weird tech issue with my phone right now. Okay, link sent, Miss Julie. There you go. You're all set. Okay, thanks everyone. Sorry about that. Usually I'm all prepped and prepared to roll right into Friday Night Lives, but I don't usually do an emergency live stream right before either. So welcome back. So to all of you that are been coming and been with me now for a long time, our friends in the friend zone of social change warriors, and those of you that really truly are social change warriors now because you're advocating in your communities and you're standing for victims of homicide and their families for their unsolved death. So I'm thankful for you, and you mean the world to me, all of you. And welcome to anyone new who's joining us. I appreciate all of you that are giving us a chance and checking out our grassroots advocacy movement, Social Change Warriors. So we are an advocacy movement. I saw some funny little quips this week. Those of you with me live right now, you might have seen them where I want to say it must have been, it was Jimmy. He's already said his name before, so I can say it. Anti-Death was saying something about how he didn't like the word movement. And there were people in his chat, because I try to catch his lives whenever I can. He makes me laugh, and that helps take the edge off of all this stress and sadness. So, but I guess there was a lot of people who agreed with him. I personally love the word movement, and I love using it because movement is part of what we're all about here at Social Change Warriors. We're about knowledge, we're about power, we're about action, and we're about change. And so you can't get this, the arc of justice is long, but it bends towards justice, right? The arc of the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Well, you can't get that without movement. And that's why one of our slogans for Social Change Warriors is knowledge, power, action, change, because without knowledge, you cannot get any action and you can't get to that change, and you need power to help it all work. And that all involves movement. So we are a movement. We are not a nonprofit yet, but we're working for it. We're working towards it. And in the meantime, we're just volunteers. So everyone that helps me behind the scenes and all of you that are here showing up every Friday Night Lives, showing up on Wednesdays or Thursdays. I don't always do both nights in a row, but I try to. We're all trying to advocate for victims of homicides, for victims of MURDER, because they don't want me to say that on YouTube apparently anymore. But that's what happened to them. They were unalived by someone else. In many cases, it's someone they knew, which just makes it even more egregious and more sad and despicable. And we do believe, all of us that follow this case that I'm connected to, and most of you, I think we've had one anti-Karen person come in our life, but everyone's welcome. We will debate you respectfully, but we won't agree with you on this one because there's no way in HE double hockey sticks. Yes, that's me. I'm a boomer. That Karen hit John with her car. That just did not happen. And so we're advocating for justice for John O'Keefe. We're advocating to free Karen Reed, and we're doing that on Friday nights. And sometimes we talk about the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case on Thursday nights as well, which is our calling out corruption night that we normally do that on Thursdays. But tonight I did that earlier about Sarah Ebersol because now corruption has entered the picture in a very big, nefarious, dark way. So corruption has always been in the picture for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. When you are, hi, Thanks, Hannah. Sorry, I didn't get to call you. I had puppy issues in between the live streams. Or wait, should I itch my nose with my middle finger? That we could call that a Karen Reed. Let's all just itch. Let's all just, let's all get the tears away or itch our faces. Let's do that. Okay. So that'll be the Karen. We'll call that the Karen Reed. But definitely don't do a Gallagher. Please, future cops, for the love of God, do not pull a Gallagher. We'll get to that again soon. So we are. As I said, my mission for Social Change Warriors is knowledge, power, action, and change. So that's what we're here for, and that's what we work towards. And if we can become a nonprofit, I'm going to start on the paperwork of that. That will be a beautiful thing, because I would really like to leave this to somebody when my time is up on this beautiful planet Earth, because we are always going to need social change warriors. It can start with me, and it was my idea, and I came up with it, but it can't end with me. It has to end with future generations of justice seekers and community members and people that want to stir the pot and not accept crime and corruption because they know they can get away with it, because they know we won't fight. They know we're too scared of them and we won't fight back. That's most of the time what happens in any kind of abuse situation. And when you're a domestic violence victim and you've been unalived, or you're a domestic violence victim who survives, it's because the person you were with never thought you would leave them, and they never thought you would call them out or challenge them on their terrible behavior. And it's no different with crime and corruption in police and government. These are very misogynistic men, and they're very narcissistic women. If they're involved in any of this, the majority are men. It's a high percentage of men that are involved in crime and corruption versus women. I'll get that number for you next week, but it's definitely a big difference. But for the women that are involved in corruption, it's really stems out of power. It stems out of wanting power more than your moral compass allows, and your moral compass gets beat down and left at the curb if you are participating in crime and corruption in anyone's unaliving case, because that's just even the most despicable. White collar crime, it sucks. It's terrible. People get away with stuff all the time. Some of them get arrested, some of them don't. But when it has to do with a victim of homicide, a victim of unaliving by someone else's hand, we don't want to stand for that anymore, and we have to make a difference. So I really need so many of you to become social change warriors and justice seekers in your communities and continue the good fight. And hopefully someone will want to take over my movement for me when I age out, because like I said, it can start with me, but it has to not end with me. So we are back for another Friday Night Lies. I just want to make sure that you all know that this content that I use in any videos or anything I show, it's all for fair use purposes. If I own it, I'll let you know. If I don't own it, I'll let you know who the original creators are. Most of the time I ask permission. So like in the case of Mike over at Young Jerks, I contacted him and asked permission to use his live stream of the trial so that we can critique the witnesses and decide what we want to decide about their lies, their evasiveness, or if they told the truth. So another thing to remind you is that these are my opinions. I base them on my years of experience in different careers that I've held: law enforcement, social work, journalism, and several other small careers I had in my 20s, and my years on this planet. So everything that I share with you is my opinion and mine alone. It's not yours. We may agree. So we can agree to agree, or we may agree to disagree. My guests and I may agree to disagree, but we will always do it respectfully. We don't call names in here. Our friend zone is purely a friend zone where we discuss the cases together. We discuss the perpetrators, the persons of interest, the suspects, those that are on trial, but we discuss them based on the facts of the case. We do not make fun of their hair, their color of their skin, their religion, how they look, how much they weigh. We don't do that in here. So if you need to do that, then you can't do it in here. So you'll have to go somewhere else where you can do it, where it's allowed, but it's just not allowed here. I don't want to ever make fun of a person. If they committed a crime, we're going to call them out for committing the crime, but we're not going to include anything else about them. Now, the one exception is the Nagel blob. We can make fun of the Nagel blob because it is a plastic blow up Nagel blob. And I found this lovely little shed that I'm going to send to Julie, the craziest person on earth, our resident Bostonian. Hello, Julie. Hello, Nagel blob. So
hey, everybody.
We can make fun of this Nagel blob all we want. And we're sorry that your hut doesn't have windows. I'll try to find one that has windows before I buy it and send it to you. So that is, we did the Julie Who, because if you recall from the last couple, we had an extra Friday Night Lives on a Wednesday last week. And we've been talking about how Jen now has suddenly completely distanced herself from Julie Nagel. The first trial, it seemed as if she really knew who she was and really liked her. And now she barely mentioned her. She was just somebody who helped watch their dogs because Brian Albert Jr. was busy. So Julie and I decided to put Julie Who up. So how are you doing tonight, Julie?
Well, I'm doing all right. I mean, I spent all day long outside, so I'm a little bit bushed, but
you must be tired. What was the weather like?
It's beautiful. So I screwed up. I thought they were coming for like the yard waste and stuff like that. I thought they were coming next week. They actually came this week, and the day that I could have thrown all the stuff outside, it poured. So it just poured and poured and poured. And before my lawn started to overtake the rest of the house, I said, you know what? Let me go outside. At least it's beautiful. So I got some color, so that's good.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. Yeah, it was a little chilly here in Wisconsin today, but not too bad. I had my MRI, and I may discuss it at the very end of the live show, only for those of you that have suffered sciatica like I have suffered for the last 2 weeks. But I'll share that at the very end because I don't want to take up our time. But the MRI results are not good, people. They're not good. They resemble a person who was a cheerleader for 20 years and then a cheerleading coach for 20 more years and wore a police uniform and a vest and a gun belt. That's what my MRI results talk about. So I'll share it a little bit at the end for those of you that want to commiserate with me. So, hey, Queen Olive, thanks. I'm so sick over what happened today. Well, sicker. This whole trial is disgusting. Yes, Queen Olive, it is. And it gets more disgusting by the week. When I think that maybe one of these Friday Night Lives will be able to say, well, that was a pretty reasonable week. That was pretty decent. No, we've never been able to say that, not once with trial 2 yet. And, welcome, Hannah. Thanks a lot for being part of Sarah Ebersol's crusade for Soldiers for Sarah. If any of you are interested in participating, you are all welcome. The more the merrier. We have to find Sarah Ebersol. She has been missing for 2 years, 2 months, and X amount of days and hours. And her sister is beside herself with grief. And the Marion County Sheriff's Department is not doing their job. So we're looking at something possibly even nefarious going on. I don't know for sure yet. I have to find out more in the next coming days. But it's just a very sad case of a beautiful young woman, young mother, completely abused by the system in the domestic violence arena and completely abused as well by the Marion County Sheriffs for not treating her missing persons case seriously in the first 10 days of her missing status. So if you would like to, devices not connected. Uh-oh, where'd you go? I lost Julie. Hang on, I got to put her back up. There she is.
There I am.
Now she's back. So anyway, you can check out any of my live streams on Sarah Ebersol if you're interested in joining Sarah's Soldiers. We will take you. We need you, and I appreciate it so much. So Bert, it looks like Bert got. I have my free Can Read T-shirt. Hey, that's awesome! Congratulations, and thanks so much for showing up for Sarah Ebersol. I appreciate you so much. That's great. I have yet to order a Karen Reed t-shirt. I've been meaning to do it, and then I never see the one that I really want. I'm tempted to make my own and put my Social Change Warriors logo on it. Right, Julie?
Yeah, just make your own.
I'm tempted to make my own and put my Social Change Warriors logo on it, since we've been advocating for Karen now for almost a year, solid year. So I'll let you all know if I decide to do that. In the Sarah Ebersol case, Sarah's past roommate makes t-shirts. So I'm going to do something with her. Michelle already did something for Sarah Ebersol. They made some really great t-shirts, but I'd like to do something for Social Change Warriors and something for us for t-shirts for our victims and victims' families that we stand for. So I'll let you know about that if I come come up with an idea. So thanks for coming back and joining us, Hannah, for Free Care and Read. Hannah's been helping me with the Diddy trial. So we decided to cover that a little bit on Wednesdays on our Angry Bitch Club night. So if you're interested at all in that trial, Hannah is the expert, way more than me. And so she's one of my co-hosts for Wednesday's Angry Bitch Club. So if you're interested in that, and we will be covering the Idaho 4 as well, the Kohlberger case on Friday nights coming up once we've freed Care and Read, because that case is absolutely insane. There is so much bizarre information coming out on Idaho, on the state of Idaho, on that area. It's too much to even get into right now. It makes my head spin, but we're definitely covering that one coming up here down the line. So thanks to everybody who's back tonight. Thank you to all of our new subscribers. We actually hit 1,000 this week. I was praying for it. I was hoping we could do it in the month of May. My original goal was 1,000 by August, which would have been our year anniversary, but we're almost at 100 videos and we just hit 1,000. So we are still at grassroots, but we're getting there. We're working our way into states and communities all over the United States. We even have our followers in England. We've had people show up from varying different countries. I wrote them all down, but they're at my home office. So I'll have to remind everybody of how worldwide we've actually become. It's really flattering to me and to all of the families who have this horrible weight on their shoulders, that their family member has been unalived and they don't have justice. And that's what we're all about here at Social Change Warriors. So Olive says, if you make a shirt, I'll buy one. I haven't bought one from anyone yet. I did win one from a creator. Oh, that's great. Oh, how great, Olive. I'm so happy for you. You're such an advocate. You deserve to win something from someone. That's fantastic. Well, I will keep the price of them as low as possible. And I might want to figure out something with Sarah's past roommate that we can donate some of the money to Finding Sarah Ebersol, because Michelle has put in a lot of her own money on making these flyers and posters and everything she's done to find her sister. So I'll look into that and see if I can get that accomplished here real soon. Thank you so much, Queen Olive. Appreciate you. Queen Olive, you absolutely have to meet Kathy Coppins, who's in the chat tonight. Kathy writes, hello, Free Care and Read and Justice for John O'Keefe advocates. And I know that Kathy and Bert have something in common because I think they both got their Care and Read t-shirts on the same day, which was today. So that's pretty darn cool. So you guys should meet, because one of Kathy's nicknames when we do March Madness, we all give ourselves kind of cool nicknames for our pool, and she uses Martini Queenie. And I've never heard of a good martini without a good olive, right, Queen Olive? So that you guys need to connect. So why are we here on Friday nights? We're here on Friday nights because, number one, we all have some type of love or like or fascination with true crime as it's happening in real time. And now for me, my love of true crime started out watching my mother battle corruption every day while she worked for the Department of Justice in Wisconsin. And I got to hear about some of her cases after they were closed. And it really got me wanting to be part of justice, and justice for all, justice for people that are getting screwed over by government and police or their bosses or whoever is screwing them over. I just wanted to do something that had to do with helping people get justice when they deserved it. So that's when I first started being interested in law enforcement, but it also gave me an interest in true crime. So Mom bought me the Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys and all the really cool like fiction stuff. But then I started getting into actual true crime when I was in high school, and I've never looked back. So I have followed many cases that have gone on in the country, even ones that I found on my own that weren't necessarily nationally televised in the media. So we are all here because we have an interest in true crime, and we have found our way to the death of John O'Keefe, which then, oh, there he is. What's he chewing on? What are you chewing on, Monster? Uh-oh, hang on, guys. You always seem to find something to chew on when I'm not looking. Here, chew on your toys. He's doing really good for only being almost 6 months old, but he still tries to get into things. When he knows I'm up here doing this important work, right? He knows it. He knows I'm not paying attention to him. So he tries to get into something. So he's doing it again right now. He's up where he's not supposed to be. Hey, Tanner, you better come over here. I'm trying to talk to these lovely people. You better get over here and not be doing anything naughty. You can come up and say hi in a little while, but you got to come over here for now. So we made our way to the John O'Keefe tragedy, and the tragedy of what most of us that come to Friday Night Lies and that follow the case believe was the unbelievably messed up arrest of Karen Read in a matter of 24 to 48 hours. How in the world they came to that conclusion that fast still baffles me, and not even considering any other reason for his cause of death or any other suspects is still just mind-blowing. It's mind-numbing. So on Friday nights, we're taking a look at the testimony. We have been looking at trial one. We went over a lot of the key players in the theater of the absurd from January until just recently when this new trial started. So we were looking at all of the lies that were told, and there were plenty. And we were looking at the evasiveness, there was plenty. And we didn't see a lot of truth. There were really only a handful of witnesses that we could all agree in our friend zone who told the actual truth, right? It's just insane. So let's see here. What does Queen Olive have to say? She says, I got Queen Olive from when my hubs used to talk to text. I love, oh, it would come across as all of you. Oh, that is so cool. I love that. That's amazing. And Hub treats me like a queen. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Olive. I'm so happy for all of you. Advocating for so many victims of domestic violence is very sad and heartbreaking. And I always love to hear love stories that are real, where you're being treated like the queen you deserve to be, where you actually have a boyfriend, fiance, or a husband who values you and cares about you. They're very hard to come by, ladies. Trust me, they are very hard to come by. So when I hear these success stories, I'm super happy for you. So great. And that's that's cute, Olive. That's like the old olive juice. Very good. I love that, Julie. Good one. So that's what we're going to do again tonight. We are going to look at the testimony from the last few weeks. Now, I wanted to try something, and I don't know if this is going to work, so don't get mad at me. Bear with me. And those of you on replay, I apologize in advance if this doesn't work. But I'm going to try to do a little karaoke with you guys tonight, because if there's any trial that deserves karaoke, it's this trial, because it is so full of crap and bullshit and malarkey and every word that you can think of, because of all of the nefarious behavior that's going on that they expect us to swallow and that they expect to get by us every week. It's mind-numbing and it makes me angry. So when I get to turn on Auntie Deb, where he does the parody of the different characters in this theater of the absurd, I laugh. And I don't always feel good about it, because John O'Keefe is dead and his family is never going to see him again. His friends are never going to see him again. And that is a travesty, and that is horrible. So sometimes when I laugh at Auntie Deb's parody, I feel a little guilty, but I also know that I have to take care of my own mental health. And in order to stand for victims of crimes and advocate for them and read these police reports, read the autopsies, look at photos with the family members, have meetings with the family members, I have to keep my sanity. And sometimes humor obviously is the best medicine. So I do thank Auntie Deb for all of the humor that he/she has provided to us during this trial. But now I was going to try to provide a little my own humor, and I hope you don't think I'm too geeky and silly to do this, but I'm going to try it. So first of all, I need all of you, Julie included, in the friend zone to tell me if you can hear this. So I'm going to do a test. So hang on. Can you guys all hear that? So let me know. Is it terrible, or yes, I can sort of hear? I'm just using it for background. That's all. Wait, can you hear it?
Were you playing something, or?
Yeah. Yes, I'm playing some background music.
All right. Wait, right now?
No, I turned it off. I was playing some background music.
Can you play it again?
Yeah, let me play it again.
Yep. Yeah, I can hear it. It's I don't know how it's supposed to sound, but like I get, but I can hear it, so I don't know if it's just spotty or like jazz
No,
or whatever.
it's supposed to sound kind of nefarious, kind of crackly. Yeah, it's actually supposed to sound that way.
Oh, okay,
So,
all right.
so I may be able to clean this up for next time, but I'm going to do it.
Sound nefarious? Because if it's supposed to sound nefarious, then it's doing the job.
Yes, it's supposed to sound nefarious, and it's supposed to sound kind of crackly and kind of weird. So now
okay.
Hannah says I can't hear. Okay, well, I'm not playing it right now, sweetie. I had to take, I turned it off. But so anyway, you guys are my guinea pigs. I'm going to try to clean it up for next week. But this is what you're getting tonight because I had to do that emergency live stream. So I didn't get to clean it up. So let's give it a try. I'm going to start it over and then we will see how this goes. But I am going to try to clean it up and turn it into one successful kind of almost like a mini documentary. So, all right, here we go. Feel free to sing along. Walked into the party, the courthouse, like you were walking onto a yacht. You had strategically dipped below one eye. Your scarf, it was apricot. You had one eye in the mirror as you watched yourself. Kavat. And all the girls dreamed you'd be their partner. They dreamed you'd be their partner. You're so vain. You probably think this live stream is about you, don't you? You're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. Don't you? You had me several years ago when I was still quite naive. You said that we'd make such a pretty pair and that you would never leave me. But you gave away the things I loved. And one of them was me. I had some dreams. They were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. You probably think this trial is about you, don't you? It will be. You're so vain, Jen. I bet you think this live stream is about you, don't you? That's my humor for the night. Thank you for allowing me to do the test run. I have to get the music onto a way that I don't get a strike. And then I have to get the words up karaoke style so you can all sing along at home. So thank you for bearing with me. And let's get into it, Julie. Who in the heck and what in the heck? Where do we want to start? This is insane what went on today, right?
I mean, today was a lot, but yesterday, holy shit, yesterday was something, especially at the end. I mean, we were all sound asleep because Alessi does his Alessiness. And like, I get the point he's trying to make. I just think he was like losing a little bit, like he did it with Jessica Hyde. He tried to do it with the lady from Bridgewater State who called herself a biologist and for some reason touched the taillight. And I don't know what she was doing, but she's the only one that I have a problem with. All the other scientists were okay, but she's the only one I have a problem with. I don't count Ian Whiffen as a scientist. I don't know what he actually does, but I mean, no. But yesterday, holy shit, that was crazy. It's like, all right, yeah, I almost said church. Court's done for the day. And then it was like, I need to make a scene. Now I need to make a scene. Now I need to make an extra scene. Like, holy shit, that came out of nowhere. Like, oh, we're going to stop the trial now? Like, oh my God, my worst fear has come true.
Yeah. Vermont, Brad Smith, welcome back. Every time I see you, I just want to come back to visit Vermont. It's such a beautiful place. Even if you're not there right now, you must have been there at some point. It's a cluster F. Yes, absolutely. Oh, thanks. MCAT says, good job, Stevie. And then she goes, oops, sorry, Carly. Yeah. That was You're So Vain by Carly Simon. I love that song so much. But I love your idea about Smooth Operator, Vermont Breadsmith. Yes, we have to karaoke to Smooth Operator for sure. I have so many photos of Jen saved in my Social Change Warriors vault. We could do a 2-minute karaoke of Smooth Operator. Thank you. I'll have to look for some kind of nefarious, quirky music to that one with the words. So welcome back, everybody in the live. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all your comments always. And everyone in the replay, thank you so much, you guys. We had over 350 some of you check us out in the replay last week. I appreciate you so much. And we did hit 1,000 subscribers, which I asked you all to help me with when we were 10 out. So I appreciate all of you that subscribed. It's free. We're not monetized. We are just trying to advocate for those that are no longer with us. We're trying to help their families. We're trying to do our best to look over their cases, read their police reports. Obviously, I haven't got on that level with the Karen Reed situation because it's already in trial. But most of my families that I'm advocating for their victims, they're in fact, all of them are not in trial yet. So we're just trying to figure out who done it in most of the cases, with the exception of a few who are actually missing and their husbands have been arrested, but they are not telling us where they put their beautiful wife, which is so disgusting and despicable. But that is where we're at with a lot of the we have 15 victims right now that we're advocating for with their families, including, well, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, I'm not with their families, but I'm advocating for them, just like all of you and just like everybody else around the country and the world, because we don't like crime and we don't like corruption and we have to get rid of it, right? So glad that you are all back. Appreciate you guys so much. And like Julie was just saying, this is hypocrisy at its finest, right? What Hank is trying to pull, you can't get any more. What's your shirt? I want to see your shirt. It looks really cool.
Well, yeah, MCAT just said not looking good for the Celtics, which it's not. But I got this because it will look grim the other day on Wednesday, and they pulled it off with a 25-point win.
I know you told us about it while we were live streaming. Yeah, it's awesome.
With Celtics colors, and it's not helping. So
MCAT says Julie not looking good for the Celtics. So what's happening? What's happening?
Well, they're losing tremendously. Like,
oh no.
In the words of what's his face, was it Gallagher? Oh, tremendously.
Yeah. Oh yes, those red Solo cups they hold liquid tremendously. Yeah, the red Solo cups hold liquid tremendously. I love it. I wonder if if Red Solo cups, contacted him and, hey, maybe we should try to, now that we have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, we can actually reach out to advertisers, which we don't want the money, but that would be hysterical if we could get Red Solo cups to sponsor Social Change Warriors, wouldn't it?
I don't think Red Solo cups wants anything to do with this case, aside from maybe the drinking part of it. But even then, they're like, no, don't take our cups for roadies, please. Don't drive, don't drink and drive, don't take roadies and put them in places, don't use them for tremendous blood collection or whatever the hell they use. No, just stay away. Disclaimer, no, they don't.
Forget it.
Nothing to do with it.
MCAT said she was watching Schitt's Creek. I was turned on to that show by Kathy, who's in the chat friend zone with us tonight. That show is awesome. If you've never seen it, go check it out, go binge it, whatever. I wished it would have lasted longer. I was so disappointed as I was nearing the end. I kind of felt that way with Desperate Housewives. That was kind of my binge thing. I've literally gone back and binged that several times because it's almost better the second and third time around because you miss some of the nefarious behavior of those ladies. And it was so diabolical towards the end of Desperate Housewives that it was entertaining. It was true crime playing out in a falsetto. So,
well, somebody was talking about, I think it was on one of Jimmy's streams, they were talking about Desperate Housewives, and they said that the town that they were in had something to do with Fairview, I think.
Oh,
And
yeah, yeah.
it was like, yeah, because I know, are they on Waverly Place or is that another show? I never got into that type of stuff.
No,
But,
they were on Wisteria Lane.
yeah, but
Wisteria
I think
Lane.
the town was Fairview or something.
I think so. That might have been what it was called.
Yeah.
Yeah. That show was incredible. The people in the actors in that show. I mean, that was like Dallas level to me, you know, back in the day with Who Shot JR.
Like Falcon's Crest, yeah, and
But
Dynasty and those guys.
in all seriousness, this Karen Reed debacle of arresting her and charging her when they should have, and then upcharging her, and then the grand jury, and the testimony is different in the grand jury than trial 1 and trial 2. And you can't make this shit up. This trial is like a novel. It's like a fiction crime novel. Nobody would ever believe that any of this was really true, that it was really happened and is happening right before our eyes every day.
Yeah. Who I can't remember if it was Jimmy or Bob the drag queen, but somebody said like you couldn't make. Oh, I think they were talking about something else, but it still applies. They're like you could have gone to Shonda Rhimes and said, hey, this whole entire thing, like what's happening right now in real time, in real life, like this is real life.
Right.
Shonda Rhimes was like, no, bring me back to bring me back something believable. It's like, it's happening right now. I'm doing Alan Jackson.
Right.
And
right.
Not answering the phone like Jimmy keeps doing.
Exactly.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, we're literally watching, you know, corruption just play out in real time in front of our face every day with this trial. So we always put up our breaking news clips to anything that happened that we didn't know if you knew about, or that you saw it, or if you didn't see it, or if we just want to show it to you. But I have to show you this because, again, we're trying to stay light today because this has been such a horrible couple weeks with all the weird things that have been happening. And then my other cases have had really bad times. And so it's just been depressing. And I've had sciatica now for 2 straight weeks. So I need something to make me happy here and there. So let me show you this real quickly, and then we'll get into it. If I can get it to pull up, okay, we'll see if it'll work. Sometimes it doesn't always work. Come up like I want.
About the Rock again, because I know that's because I know that's also Jimmy's big thing. Like he keeps saying, like, oh, you guys all go rocks. Talking about the Rock that was there at 34th Avenue when the court and the jury went to go do the on-site visit.
Julie, can you remind, because some people I don't think I saw in different chats, and I saw it on X today. A lot of people don't know what the heck that rock thing is. Can you remind everybody what that was about?
So this trial started, and what was it, like the 3rd day or whatever it was? They go and do a visit, and so they went to a site visit. So, and again, I don't know why they didn't go to the waterfall, but that's beside the point. But so they went to 34th Fairview, and what they did was at 34th Fairview they have the house just basically as it was. The people, the Alberts don't own the home anymore. The new homeowners were removed. They closed down the whole entire street. Media was allowed away, but then got to get closer. And they brought Karen's car there. Last time, I guess it was further back. This time it was more towards the flagpole and everywhere else. And so while they were there, I forget who it was. I think it might have been Channel 5, WCVB. That's a local broadcast. They were reporting. And they were right next to the car, but right behind them, you could see this big, well, it wasn't a blob, well, it looked like a small blob that was in, that was on the front lawn.
Oh, okay.
It was like, wait a minute, is that AI? Because of course you can't trust anything nowadays. So it was like, is that AI? What is this? And it turns out somebody got close to it. They took a picture of it. And it was this rock that was, trying to find a good example, like two fistfuls.
I would say 2 fistfuls, both directions. Yeah.
So it was like two fistfuls, and it said it was painted and had Alberts on it, and it was there, and was like, I saw that and said, holy shit, because when I did my a little test out here of trying to see if the hard as a rock ground was actually frozen, which, again, spoiler, we saw this last week, it was not, and we're right. So so I looked and said, holy shit, this is going into Hank's theory back in November, December, when he said, well, when he was talking to Dr. Murray Russell, saying, well, were there rocks, were there roots, were there this, were there that? Do you take into account anything else? Was there a berm? Was there a curb? All the stuff there. And it was right kind of like by the location. And so Everybody on the internet lost their mind, and Jimmy, Auntie Deb, was basically like the only one saying like, "Am I the only one who's not going apeshit over this rock?" And was like, "I don't see the big purpose of this rock. I don't get why you all are losing your mind. Oh my God, you all go rocks, you all go rocks." So that's his phrase of "you all go rocks." And then 2 days later, Bev addressed it, saying, "Hey, you guys at the jury, when we did the site visit, there was a rock there. Disregard that. That's not supposed to be there." So at least like somebody caught on it. Like David was there, David Giannetti. And I think Liza was there for the defense. And I don't know if they, talked to Bev at the time because everybody has to go to the site visit. And then after everybody leaves, you can walk all around, and the media was there to look all around, and they were like, "What the hell is this?" And so two days later, she addressed it and was like, "Disregard that. That wasn't there. That's, who knows what that is." But it was weird. It was painted, said Albert's. Like it looked like some like, like some voodoo hexing.
That
stuff.
is very, it was
just very, very, very weird. So like, that's like his tagline. Like he keeps saying like, "Oh, you guys are all going rocks." Like when people are going like, "Oh my God, this and that." And the shoe is another one. Like, "Oh, the shoe, this and that." So that like, that's why.
We'll get to that in a minute. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the shoes and the sweatshirt and all that. So here's just a little moment to make you all smile. I saw this today when I was creating my live stream and putting it up for Sarah Ebersol. I just thought it was just so cute. These two dogs, they're dressed like associated with, or I've ever got the chance to be around, was freaking awesome. And I'm so happy that I had pit bulls in my life, because they're like nanny dogs, and they nanny you, and they're so kind and so smart. And there's just a one-off of the ones that are violent because their families were violent. Their families didn't take care of them, or they made them fight, because they're really nasty dog people, and nasty people. Anybody who makes dogs fight are just nasty people, period. So anyway, fancy pit bulls rocking it out. That made my day. I saved that so I can go back to that when I need an uplifting moment. With all the shenanigans that's going on, and just the pure sadness and disgusting crap that's going on in this trial now too. So this is interesting. I'm going to play this for you guys. I found this today on something called Kingdom Radio. Has anybody ever heard of that from the Massachusetts area? No. Let me go back to screen sharing here again so I can show this to you. So if you guys remember in Jen's testimony, she was talking about everybody was over at One Meadows, and she was going on and on about Brennan basically said, well, who was all there? Because what they were trying to do is point out that Karen Reed wasn't there, that she either wasn't welcome or she didn't come. Both would be true, but I wouldn't have gone either if I were in her shoes. So she names off all these people that were there, and then she says the car repairman. Yep. And it's like, what kind of a weird thing is that to say, right? So let me play this for you. Hang on 2 seconds. I'm going to present the screen again and see if we can get this thing to work. Let's see, where did it go? Oh, I see what I have to do. I got to grab it from my deck up top here, because I just caught this totally by accident, this Kingdom Radio. So let me get this going here for you. Takes me a minute to pull up the page. See if we can bring it up. Let me try it again. Uh-oh. No, that didn't do it. Stand by. Okay, present. Share screen. Share screen. Here we go. Kingdom Radio. Share. Now I've got to find it because that's not it. Where did it go? There's so much on Twitter X, and I pulled it up. So Resting Bevface, you gotta love that for a tweet name, right? Resting Bevface. I know you guys can't see this because it's really small. When I share my screen to play something on Twitter, it's impossible for you to read. But it says it does. You have to trust me. It does say Resting Bevface. So I'm going to read to you what she wrote. She said, Jen testified that the car repairman was at John O'Keefe's house on January 29th, not Brian Albert's house, which was suspicious to say the least. Why would the car repairman be at John's house? To fix his Chevy that Karen bumped into that morning backing out of the garage? So then Kingdom Radio says, yes, I stand corrected on that. So Kingdom Radio accidentally said that that Jen was at Brian Albert's house when she said that the repairman was there, but she wasn't talking about Brian Albert's house. She was talking about One Meadows.
One Meadows. Yeah, One Meadows.
Well, let's see if we can play this for you.
That was the vehicle in question.
Is that loud enough? Because that's as loud as I can get it.
Thank you for correcting me, because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th.
I think
correct?
so. Yeah.
All right.
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. I mean, the car repairman, like anyone and everyone. The car repairman, like.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
The car repairman, like.
So I found that purely by accident when I was on Twitter X posting for Sarah Ebersol today. So what do y'all make of that? Because I make a lot of that.
Yeah. See, whenever I think of loved ones, I always think friends, family, coworkers, and obviously the car repairman is going to stop by to give.
Oh, obviously, and don't snub. But Jules,
car repairman.
Whoa, Jules, don't snub the freaking lawn guys. They're very important to us in Florida. The lawn guys should have been there. What was Jen thinking of inviting the car repairman to stop over at One Meadows to see the family and not invite the lawn guys?
Oh,
that's Florida. Kidding me. So MCAT says when she said that, I was like, what? Me too. I was just kind of sitting there going, wait, I have to rewind that. I have to play that back, because that was a slip. That was an absolute slip.
That was a big time slip. Yep.
It was a huge time slip. So I say, is it too late to get the car repairman on the witness list?
Car repairman's already on the witness list.
Oh, is he now?
Yeah, the car repairman. And again, hats off to Agent Sean, Nostra Papa. It seems like a lot of what Sean did his research on, and went to the scuttlebutt to try to figure out, hey, what's going on. He got the inside scoop and tried to figure out, hey, who took the taillight off of Karen's Lexus, and who did they talk to? And the person that again, this is coming from Sean, and this is all alleged because nobody's come forward yet. Yeah. But it's supposedly Officer Wanless from Canton PD, I guess, either knows the repairman or is the repairman himself. He either has an auto body shop on the side or knows an auto body shop. And allegedly, because we don't know at this time, but allegedly, word on the street is that somebody was there to look at the car. And according to Sean, one of his last lies that he did back in before he took everything down, took his break, he was going over with Natalie text and stuff like that.
Right.
He said that Mr. O'Keefe was looking at John's car, I think the 29th, and happened to look at it, and he kept saying, "What's he looking at? What's he looking at? What's he looking at?" Oh, Mr. O'Keefe knows, and then kind of like alluded to like, oh, he knows, and they helped repair this. And again, when he spoke with Kate Peter, he brought up the same thing too, saying like, hey, somebody knows what's going on here. That when Proctor came by to take pictures with whoever he took pictures with, the guy who was there the other day, took pictures of it, I think on February 3rd. It was intact the way that we see it in pictures, but apparently wasn't like that to begin with, so we'll see. But yeah, very interesting that you would put that in there the same way as Higgy saying, oh, I got to the house first, and just to be funny, I plowed.
Right. They're trying
to kind of hedge their bets with statements that they've made.
Right, exactly. So sorry if I'm moving around a lot, guys, but my back is screwed up right now. And so I have severe sciatica, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it at the end about what is going on. But I will be moving around a lot, and we'll definitely have to take a stretch break here in a few minutes. Queen Olive says, after Jen said that, I looked like, and then she's got the smile, the emoji that we all like to use when we're in shock and horror. Yep. And MCAT says, invite the prep. Yeah, invite the prep boys for sure.
Yep.
And then Olive says, I'm glad she slipped up. Huge F up. And then, yeah, I'm worried too. Like he'll lie. He's friends with the McAlberts. They all lie. You can't trust any of them. Yeah. And lying obviously is a thing that people are not afraid to do because apparently nobody does anything anymore if you lie. So apparently swearing under oath that you'll tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, is not enforced.
Yes, I mean, somebody's going to prosecute it. Who's going to prosecute it? The DA. Who's the DA?
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny, Kat, because when you say it's a movement, because I laughed so hard when I was watching Jimmy's live stream and he was kind of ripping on using the word movement, but I do use the word movement for social change warriors because, like I said in the beginning, you need movement to create any kind of change. And our whole, what we're all, our foundation, our four corners is knowledge, power, action, change. And without movement, you can't have any of those. So I will always call us social change warriors a movement, even if we do become a nonprofit here soon. So Jimmy, I love you. You're funny as hell, but I don't agree with you. I think movement is a fantastic way to describe an advocacy group like us. So what's next? Let me pull up my next thing that I found. And I found most of this stuff the last couple of days just because I was posting for all of my victims that we're standing for on Twitter and Facebook. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I keep finding all these interesting different posts that people make that I find to be fascinating. So let's see, where did it go? I got to go back to here. It's so much fun running your own tech, I'll tell you. Oops, I don't want that one. There we are, Julie. I like this one. Okay, now I got to put us back big. Okay, so that was Kingdom Radio. I'll give them a shout out. And Joe Flipperhead. So who knows who Joe Flipperhead is? Put a 1 in the chat, those of you that are with me right now, if you know who Joe Flipperhead is, and a 2 if you don't. I'm just curious because I ran across him many, many months ago when he first started advocating for Karen and John. And he's funny, he's smart, wicked smart, as you Bostonians and Massachusetts say. And he's got some chops. Like this guy is really good at video work. So I've been trying to get him to come on the show. I've invited him a couple times because I want to show his work, but I don't want to show it without his permission. So I realize he's busy and I'm just a tiny little grassroots channel, but I've been trying to just at least get permission to show. So I am going to show this and hope that I don't get a strike. So stand by. Let's all beg Joe Flipperhead not to give us a strike. How about that? You think that'll work if we do that? Joe Flipperhead, please don't give us a strike. We love you, man. We think you're super talented. And we just want to share you out a little bit here. So give me a second to upload it. And then, oh, your browser has blacked your screen. Oh, come on. You know you don't like that. Why does it do that? That is a YouTube to sharing screen thing with StreamYard. Sometimes the present share screen component just doesn't always work. I'm sure if you've been on other people's lives who like to share their screen as much as I do, that you have encountered this. It happens to me like at least once every live show, but usually it's fixed pretty quickly. All I have to do is reopen the tab and then it lets me share it. So this is off of Twitter. So we may not, I don't think we get a strike for using Twitter. So hopefully it won't, hate me. So and give us a strike because we don't want one of those. So let me go back now and try it again. I had to kind of reload it. It's called share screen. And here we go. Joe Flipperhead. Let's see what you have to tell us. Let me get the sound. Don't know how much I
And I want to stand in
Kat, I laughed so hard when I saw this on Twitter X yesterday or the day before, but I always check out Joe Flipperhead's content because he is king. He has just been putting out amazing, amazing video content for Free Karen Read and Justice for John O'Keefe. So thank you, Joe. We appreciate you. And I really hope that you will come to visit us some Friday Night Lives and check us out because we'd love to have you. When I first wrote to Joe way back in the beginning, when he was just getting noticed, not many people were paying attention to him at that point. And I introduced myself and I said I really loved his content and that he was just really talented. And I said, do you want to join me on one of my lives? And he said he really wasn't comfortable doing live shows. And I understand that because not everybody is, and not everybody, can be like the Julie Nagel blob and show up here every Friday night and, grace us with her presence as she does with her Free Karen Read shirt on and her companion, Julie, resident Bostonian. Not everybody has the courage to come up here and deal with me and talk to me on Friday nights. But Joe Flipperhead, if you're out there, we want you. We want Joe. We want Joe. Should we start a campaign? Joe. So I'll keep working out. I'll keep inviting him and keep asking him. Maybe we'll get him one of these times. Becky, welcome. He's freaking hot. Well, he's old enough to be my son, so I can't agree with you on any kind of level other than that he's a very nice looking young man. And I believe it was just very recently that he was on his first time live streaming was with Auntie Deb, and he showed himself. So because he always used to use the little fake, not fake, but the player, the player from oh shoot, what player is that again?
Is that Allen Iverson?
Allen Iverson. And I love that because he was my son's favorite player back in the day. For both my sons, just loved him. They had his jerseys and everything, and what a talent. So yeah, MCAT says Joe revealed his face about 3 weeks ago and he is super cute. Yes, He is very cute. But I heard the rumor that Olivia DeLambo, who's an amazing tech expert when it comes to keeping track of evidence and trial notes. If you're on Twitter X, go check out Olivia DeLambo. She's amazing. She's like a computer brain. I think her brain is all computer. Maybe she's a robot, guys. I don't know. This girl is amazing. So I've thanked her a couple times because I've talked about her findings and used some of her findings. So suppose she put up something really cute on Twitter X a couple weeks ago, and it was a picture of her laying on a couch, but it wasn't her body. It was her head on someone else's body. And then Joe Flipperhead's head, as we now know, he looks on someone else's body. And then she just wrote, sup, like, what's up? I guess that's what the kids are saying now, right? Sup, S-U-P. And it was so funny. And there were so many people commenting. And Jen Altman said that she had a license to marry people and that she wanted to marry them. So then I wrote back, no, where's the waiting list? I get to be on the list. I'll get my license. I want to marry Olivia and Flipperhead. So that was just a funny little exchange that took place just because she put up that one picture where they were both, he revealed what he looked like. And yes, he is. Oh, wait. He's got the hots for Olivia. I hope they end up together. Oh, that is so cool. I do too. I just think it's cute that that he admitted that he liked her and then she was messing around with him a little bit, messing with his head with the with putting up the pictures of them laying on the couch together, which it wasn't their bodies. But both of these young adults are super talented with technology, and they're worth a follow if you are, paying attention to Twitter X and you want to get some good content for Free Karen Read and John O'Keefe. Check out Olivia DeLambo and Joe Flipperhead. So great. I'm glad you guys liked that. Now let's see, where are we, Julie? Where are we? Let's go back to our outline and what else do we want to talk about with y'all?
What do you have for or what do you have lined up? Because I have in the chat, I have tonight's Canton Confidential because I thought they did a really good job breaking it down. They had somebody from like the head NBC
Oh yeah.
NBC News come down and talk to, like, he usually does national stuff, and he came down to talk about what happened today and what happened yesterday, and it was very interesting to hear all three of the people talk about it. So it's I think about like 7 minutes long.
Okay.
It's in the private chat.
Now, are they going to strike us for showing it though? Is my question.
I don't think so.
'Cause I don't. Who is it? Who's content?
Oh, this is NBC 10. So they're
Oh no,
yeah.
that's fine. Yeah, anything
Yeah,
off the news is fine. I thought you meant it was coming from one of the other content creators.
Oh no.
No, I will absolutely play that. Now, no evidence of impact site on JOK body. What do you guys think of that? That was from Dr.
Scorny Bello.
Scorny Bello. I love her name. I love saying her name. After the first trial, I would just, like, in the middle of the day, I would just say Scorny Bello. I just think that is an amazing name. I believe it's Italian.
Yep.
And
yes,
it's just one of the coolest, rarest names I've ever heard. Her whole name, you know, her first name, the middle, and the last. It's all awesome. I like this lady because she is honest. She's sticking to her guns. She's sticking to what she believes because she is a doctor and she performed the autopsy. And this is her expert opinion. And she's got many, many years of experience. I thought it was just despicable the way Hank went after his own witness.
Well, that kind of backfired, didn't it? Because I mean, we had Direct where at the beginning of Direct, I didn't get a chance to rewatch it. She made an addendum in her testimony saying that, oh, I didn't put this in the report, but this is, I can't remember what it was that she was saying. I don't know if it was in response to the arm or if it was in response to the hypothermia. Don't remember what. But I was like, oh shit, looks like she's going to change her testimony to, be more favorable to Commonwealth.
Right.
And then Alessi got up and he did his, I mean, again, David does fantastic. I'm biased, but like, okay, he does his stuff and it gets long winded, but right at the end, like he got in and was like, well, this could be from this and this can be from this and this could be from this. And then Hank, I don't know, then Hank got pissy and was like, did you see them put him in, or did he have freezer burn on him? Did they put him in a freezer? Did they do this? Did they do that? Did you know that this person said that she was drinking 19 vodka sodas and this person was driving in reverse 35 miles an hour? And you know that this person says this, said I hit him, and this person says this, and this person says this. And she's like, yep, still undetermined for cause, was it cause of death, manner of death, whatever it was.
Right.
Undetermined. So if you know all of the things that is basically the Commonwealth's whole entire theory, which is Karen said a whole bunch of shit and we're going to throw some stuff up against the wall and see if you guys are paying attention. But Karen said a whole bunch of shit and here's what we have. And she's like, yeah, doesn't matter. Undetermined. Case closed. Like, there you go. That's it. Like, we didn't need to do like 35 minutes and cause the jurors to puke or whatever it is. Like, it was interesting to say, like, yeah, ulcers could cause this from drinking or just stress or just anyways. Like, I always thought it was because of a potential strike because he got hit and it just caused it to rupture. But then she explained it was like, oh, that sounds like aggravation, not whatever they're describing. And she also made an adjustment by saying that that the secondary, that's what it was. The second thing, that the secondary manner was that hypothermia was a contribution. But then Hank tried to force him, was like, so you're saying the hypothermia, if he didn't have the head injury, he would have died from hypothermia. And she said, no, if he didn't have his head injury, he would have survived. It was like, done.
That was his only killer injury. The dog bites wouldn't have killed him. Nope. The nick above his eye and his nose wouldn't have killed him. So the head injury is the determining factor of life or death. So
but no hypothermia.
Not hypothermia. No, because he wouldn't have been laying out there if he hadn't gotten the head injury. He wouldn't have died in the cold because he would have been awake and he would have been able to get himself out of there and not be in the cold.
Well, but not even that. There weren't effects of hypothermia on his body. Like he was saying, like, okay, like secondary, third, or whatever. But he actually just, not impeached, but like he basically like discounted his whole entire argument because she was saying like, oh, well, I have to put other stuff. And so I looked and was like, okay, well, he was cold and he was still alive and whatever the case may be. So let's put that in hypothermia. And he was basically saying, so hypothermia causes death. And she said, no, it did not. It's like,
Right.
oh, what are you doing? What are you
Right.
doing?
Right.
And then the other strike stuff, but they keep saying hypothermia, because they're saying that he was left for dead in 5.5 hours in the cold. Well, she just said nope. So there you go.
Right. There was no way he was there for 5.5 hours. And he got her to talk about the stomach, the stomach ulcers, and that he didn't have even close to enough of those to even come close to dying of hypothermia. That was really fascinating science today. Becky says, amazing. So glad Alyssa got that out of her. And MCAT, Irene is a pretty name. I think she takes no shit. I like her, and I hope the jury heard what she said. Me too. And MCAT says Hank throws temper tantrums. That's for sure. Yep. And lack of frostbite. Clearly, he was not outside from 12:30 to 6 a.m. Or freezer burn. Let's not forget that. Hank wanted to know if he had freezer burn. Did any of you catch that?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a whole bunch of, I mean, he was getting upset with her a little bit on direct, but then really got upset and like went into the weeds and was like,
right,
what are you doing during after hours? Like, do you just go on, like, do you also read the scuttlebutt and go on Twitter and like see what people are talking about? Like, exactly. I guess that's what they're saying, like, oh, well, he went in somewhere cold, and it was like, well, did he stick him in a chest freezer? Did they stick him here? Did they drive down to Ponkabog Arena and drop him there? Like, what are you doing? You just threw it all away.
I think he was having a flashback from Whiffen talking about putting the phone in the freezer. So that's why he said freezer burn. Did he have freezer burn? I'm like, what did he just say? All right, let's take a listen to this. This is also off of my Twitter X account.
A motor vehicle accident. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs, and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
Okay, it was narrative, calling for a narrative.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
I don't know what you guys think, but to me, that's huge. That is so big that she said that, because I don't recall, and we'd have to go back, and maybe I'll go back and pull last year, and we'll take a look at that right at the beginning of the hour next week. But I don't recall, and I don't know if any of you do, I don't recall she said that last time. Did she? Did she say those exact words? No evidence of impact site? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember. I do know that on this one, I do know that Hank tried to clean this up a little bit by saying, well, you're looking at frontal strikes. What about strikes from the back?
Oh, yeah.
And so, so he gained ground with that, but everything else went out the window, saying that it wasn't the cold. It wasn't Karen saying, all the stuff that she said. And she's like, nope, still undetermined. So it's like, so you have all this, you looked at his body and it's still undetermined. So basically you're saying that, or like what the Commonwealth is saying is that they are telling you, hey, this woman said, I hit him. And she's like, yep, still undetermined. So done.
Yeah, because I put out, hey, I'm going to read it to you guys. Hang on, let me find it. I put out a Twitter post today because I was so disgusted with how Hank hammered her like that with all of those questions. Did you know that Jen McCabe said this? Did you know that firefighter Flamani said this? Did you know that Katie McLaughlin said this? I mean, first of all, she's a doctor. We all know that. Second of all, her job is to do an autopsy and determine the cause of death, which is what she's trained to do and has multiple, years of experience, not to mention degrees, doing. She does not have to take into an account what what a police report says about what a witness said, because there's no way to prove if that witness is telling the truth or not. So she can't take that into account. She has to let the body speak to her, just like that show that used to be on, what was that called? It was about a coroner. The show was about a coroner, and Dana Delaney was the coroner. And she used to say, I let the body tell me this. I let the body tell me the story, because she would help them solve crimes by the DNA, by the wound, by the presence of fibers on the person's body or on their clothes. That was a really cool show. I don't know if any of you guys ever saw it. This was on probably, God, my kids were still in school. It was probably 20 years ago now, maybe 10, 15, no, more than 10. I can't think of Body of Proof. Was that it, guys? Body of Proof. I think it was Dana Delaney. She was the coroner. And I just thought that was so cool. So anyway, I want to read this to you because this was what I wrote. I put up a picture of her. I always like to hashtag when I'm referring to this case, hashtag liar's gonna lie, hashtag Karen Read was framed. The evidence proves that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and the only other conclusion is that he was beat up in a fight inside 34 Fairview or in the garage and bit by the Albert's dog. And then I do my free Karen Read for Justice for John O'Keefe. And then I put up a picture of Scorny Bello. Then the other one that I said had to do with how irritated I was. I'm trying to find this one because I was so irritated by this. So, I wanted to read you another one of Joe Flipperhead's post today that was really good. So I said, CW should be fired. Massachusetts, please fire your CW and elect and hire a new one. Joe says, just so we're clear, in the last year, the CW's alleged time that Karen Read struck JOK has now changed 4 separate times. 12:45 first theory, X. 12:30 second theory, X that one out. 12:31 and 38 seconds third theory, let's X that one out. Now the new theory is 12:32 and 16 seconds. And then he put up a really nice photo of John and Karen. How is it that you get to arrest someone because you say that you had enough evidence that she committed this crime, but now you're going to change a very volatile, important piece of evidence and you're going to change it 4 times?
I mean, they changed their theory literally while the expert was testifying during trial number 1. So, I mean, it seems to be par for the course. I mean, just to go back with with the Scorty Bello thing, Hank was trying to go through, and again, I don't know if he just got angry or whatever happened, but it seemed like it should have been more of a line of questioning for Alessi, but he kept saying like, well, you heard that Jen McCabe said this, you heard that Karen Read said this, you heard that this one testified that this one happened, you heard that this, and she basically said like, yep, I heard all of those things, and my result is still that. So it's not like she said like, well, I didn't hear it, I didn't take it into consideration. She was saying like, yeah, I heard all that stuff and I knew all that stuff, and I'm still undetermined.
Right.
So that makes it even more solid by saying like, yeah, I know all your bullshit and all of what you're accusing of us of saying, and I'm still not saying this was a homicide, this was a car strike, this was whatever it is that she was, all those 5 boxes. I'm still writing undetermined because I still have no idea what this is because the body says differently. So
right. Hannah says that should be enough. You can't argue with science.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Not when it's can be provable science versus theories. A theory is different, but when science is proven by experiments and a body of work and peer reviewed, then that's it. That's what you get. And you have to believe it because it's the truth. Becky says her job is not to know what others said. Exactly. Oh, that's really good, Becky, because I was just about to read you guys what I posted on Twitter X. Because I was just irritated and I couldn't get over it that he wasn't, that so many of Jackson's objections were being overruled. Basically, she sustained a lot of them because Hank was so out of line. Did you notice how many? I got to go back and count. It was crazy. I said it's absolutely pathetic that Judge Bev let Hank ask the medical examiner if she knew that there were reports that Karen Read said I hit him 3 times. She is a doctor. Her job is to examine the body and give her opinion as to the cause of death, not to determine if someone said something or not. So I'm right with you there, Becky. That was exactly my first gut feeling, that Judge should have reined Hanky Spanky in because he was he was so rattled by her telling Alyssa that she did not believe that it was a car strike, that there was no impact on his body, that threw him for a loop. Hank was sweating bullets. So he had to come at her, and he was just, if you guys noticed, he was firing at her. Did you not know that Jen said this? Did you not know that Flamati said this? Did you not? And in the background, you can hear Jackson, objection. And she kept saying sustained. And Hanky just kept on doing it. And he kept on firing these questions at her that Jackson, you could hear Jackson's voice objecting in the background. At least I think it was Jackson, wasn't it?
No, it was Alessi.
Oh, it was Alessi objecting.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can't get those. Oh, that's right. He has to be the one to object because he's the one that.
But this backfired in a huge way, because the one person who saw Officer John O'Keefe's body, who is trained to do autopsies and pathology to try to figure out what went where, and just take a look, and I forget who it was, but they basically said, like, well, she's not a detective. Actually, she is a detective. She's supposed to go through his body and detect what it is that she sees based on her studies, based on
Right.
autopsy, based on stuff that she's done. And she said that she's done over, I think it was 1,200 or 2,000 autopsies. So she has seen motor vehicle homicide. She has seen car strikes. She has seen this before. And for him to just keep pushing and saying, do you know this? Did you know this? Do you know this? And she goes, yeah, I knew everything that you said, even though Bev kept sustaining and going to sidebar, and he kept, finding ways around it by saying, someone with my medical expertise to look and see, was this a car strike? Was this this? Was this that? With all these other contributing factors, to turn around and say, no, still can't tell you with definitive. Like, I could have written down it was an accident. I could have written down that it was homicide. I could have written down that it was suicide. Like, he could have ran into a car. And she said none of that. She said undetermined still. That is a huge win. Like everybody else, like everybody else is like, well, she said she wasn't struck by a car. It's the other stuff that I think is more damning. And Hank did it to himself. So we'll see how it goes.
Oh yeah, he did. He totally did. I don't know how you can be any more clear cut than when you have a trained, experienced medical examiner saying point blank, there was no impact site. You cannot be hit by a car without an impact site. My grandfather had one. Many of the people that I had to go to calls for accidents on the campus when I was working for UWPD, when I backed up Madison on some calls, every person who's hit by a car or hit by another bicycle, because that happens a lot, where bicycles run over pedestrians as well in a heavily populated city and campus, there is going to be a something on your body. And sometimes it's more than one. There might be more than one impact strike, because think about it, if you could have impact strikes like all up your thigh. You could have more than just one. But she indicated there wasn't even one impact site. So that means he wasn't hit by a car. It's not rocket science anymore, right?
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
I mean, even with the like, even with whatever you want to call it on his arm, which she was basically saying superficial. And I wish this got cleaned up a little bit, because she was saying superficial, and when she said superficial, that means and she even said it was the dermis and the epidermis. Those are the first two layers of skin. And I saw this because, again, I went to the attic because that's my asylum, because I wanted to hear, how everybody was spitting stuff. And they said, oh, see, everybody on the planet knows that a dog bite is not superficial. They know that they go in deep and they do this. And it was like, that's what she was saying. It's just that it wasn't as clear as it probably should have been. But yeah, like, they didn't say like, oh, it was a friction. Like, she didn't say like, oh, it was I forget, not laceration,
a contusion.
Blunt.
Blunt force trauma. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like a blunt force. I guess abrasion, or
right.
When you strike something and the skin splits. She wasn't
blunt
saying
force trauma is always going to have is always going to be the skin. Who's my medical people in here? Kathy, I know you're in here somewhere, but I don't like to pretend to be a nurse because I'm not. But blunt force trauma has to do with the skin actually breaks open because the trauma was so.
I don't know if it's abrasion or I think it might be abrasion, like different parts, but she did not say that. She basically said like, well, whatever it is, the striations are
Yeah.
are superficial, and they're like, oh, see, so they couldn't have been dog bites. Like, that's not what she's saying, but okay, whatever, you want to go with that.
Right. MCAT says Dr. Scornibello has seen a lot of dead people. She knows what she's doing. She's very professional and not being bullied by troopers. And then you said, and boy, did the troopers try, based off of text between them. And then MCAT says, agree, Cat, no vehicle strike. Yeah, you've got a very experienced medical examiner. And if you didn't think she was experienced, she wouldn't have been on your witness list. You are the ones that freaking called her. So,
which is very interesting, because I mean, when the list first came out, I think right before trial started, I think while they were picking the jury, whatever it was, she wasn't on there, and was like, oh, it looks like they're just going to go with a doctor from Miami, the neurosurgeon, and I think it was Alessi who asked the question, saying like, oh, well, would you expect a neurologist or another doctor who does brain surgeries to perform an autopsy? And she's like, no, they wouldn't be able to perform an autopsy. Now, again, I don't know if she was talking about the whole entire autopsy or the brain, but
oh yeah, well, I mean, it was a fascinating, though, and for me, the science, that we heard. I understand people that have weak stomachs, that would have been rough, but I'm lucky I don't have a weak stomach, but I know that I feel bad for the people that do. So hi, Shauna, welcome to Friday Night Lies. Glad you're catching up with us. You can't see anyone in the chat. You might have the chat turned off, because you have the power, because we have the chat turned on here in the live, but you have the power to turn off your chat so it doesn't distract you. So my guess is there's somewhere in the settings of what you're watching us on, your phone, or if it's your computer, that you have to double check that you have the chat turned on. So great to see you. Welcome again, and we'll catch up soon. I have a couple of your voicemails to catch up on, because my schedule here has been kind of weird. I've had doctor's appointments, so I got to catch up on. Sean and I keep in touch outside of this Friday Night Lies. I got to catch up with her. So this deal here, right? A Jeep was parked in front of the mailbox, or was there? This has driven me nuts, you guys, from day one. I don't know why this one particular thing bugged me so much, when there's so much to be bothered with. But this really bothered me because my ex-cop wanted to figure it out, and my social worker wanted to figure it out. Why are Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Higgins going to die on the hill that Jeep was parked prior to this trial, that Jeep was parked in front of the mailbox? Because as we know now, Heather and Ricky and Ryan, who we've been talking about for weeks, were the only people that really truly told all the 100% truth, other than the experts. And they did not see a Jeep. And they testified they were parked right. They pulled up right behind Karen Reed. So here's the deal. This new bullshit that they're trying to pass off with this new time frame, with this new expert, doesn't hold water, because that's what Kara said to me. And I love how she said that. Doesn't hold water because, number one, if these four idiots, Albert, McCabe, and Higgins, want us to believe that they didn't perjure themselves and that Jeep was parked there, then they're calling Heather and Ryan and Ricky liars, and they have no reason to lie. And if the Jeep was parked there and they want us to believe that Karen backed up at 24 miles per hour, X amount of feet, after she hit John and it was snowing, there's no way she would have been able to stop herself from crashing into Higgins' plow. There's no way, you guys. I don't care if you believe me, but I'm telling you, there's not. So they want to have their cake and eat it too, which of course we all do, but they can't have all of this. They can't have the time changes. They can't have Jeep was parked there, Jeep's not parked there. They can't have this constant changing of their narrative of how they even had probable cause to arrest Karen Reed, because that almost makes her arrest illegal, because they're changing the evidence that they used to arrest her, right?
Yeah, they changed
So-
a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, besides that,
But
but
it's utterly insane. So there's no way that Jeep could be there. And I've just racked my brain trying to figure out, why did they want that Jeep there? Now, part of it to me is that they wanted the Jeep there because they need Karen Reed to be up closer to that flagpole. So if that Jeep wasn't there, then think about it. If Karen Reed got there first and the 3 young adults in the truck got there right after her within 20 seconds, because they let her turn in front of them and they didn't get lost. So it would have been 20, 30 seconds maximum. If they would have gotten, if they would have passed the house and had to come back, whatever the case may be, they pulled up behind Karen Reed and they all testified to that. So that's a problem for the CW. Those 3 young adults are a problem. And if the jury's paying attention, they should be wondering, wait a minute, both of these 2 things can't be true. One of them is not true. And that makes Albert, McCabe, Higgins liars. And so then you ask, why did they lie? Right?
well, but
Some cat.
I mean, what did the Commonwealth say thus far? Like, we can't go back to trial one. Like, we know trial one. What does the jury say? Jury sees Jen McCabe. I think Jen McCabe was asked about the Jeep, and that was it.
Right.
Nobody else could come in. I mean, unless they bring Higgy in, which I doubt that they are, unless the defense does something. What's the jury going to say? But Sean had something on his Twitter. I think it was last week, where they said he retweeted somebody saying, "Where was Higgy's Jeep parked if it wasn't out front?" And I think in parentheses they said, "I'll give you a hint. It starts with a hill and it ends with a side." So that was I mean, going back into like pretrial and trying to like figure out like, where are people getting stuff. They
Right.
said that he went to Canton PD to go drop off his truck, and then I guess went somewhere else and put his Jeep there, and I guess he rode with somebody else to the waterfall, and then back to 34 Fairview, and then got dropped off at Hillside or wherever he may be. Again, this is all alleged, who knows, but that was what he posted, saying like, oh, well, if it wasn't there, because more people didn't see it there than do. And I think it might have just been a slip, or they had to place him there, or, trying to say like, well, if we have to be here, then you're going to be here too, because he ghosted them, then he got a proffer. So who knows if it's like, well,
I still think they needed the Jeep to be there, because if the Jeep wasn't there, Karen Reed would have naturally just pulled up right in front of the mailbox to let John off.
Yeah,
I think they needed that Jeep to be there so they could place her vehicle closer to that flagpole.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who knows who knows if it'll all come out eventually or not. But
it's just so much.
So MCAT says, if Jeep at Hillside, how did he get the Jeep?
Well, that's just it. Somebody had to take him there, didn't they?
Right.
Yep. And who has the video for the Hillside? Did somebody see his Jeep there?
And now we know that the Jeep was at the Canton PD, because now we get to see the footage that was never turned over of Higgy. And speaking of that, let's pull that up.
Which is an absolute shame that it took 3 years and it took this to pop out.
And this was something that Sean had put up when he was still live streaming. Sean on the Golf, retired DEA agent Sean. This fascinates me, right? Why no photographs of broken taillight before Sallyport? That's because they knew they couldn't. There's no other reason that you would not have taken a picture of a broken taillight when you're about to arrest someone for running over their boyfriend in a hit and run. There's absolutely no excuse or reason. Any police officer worth their weight is going to take a photograph of the damage to the vehicle before it gets to the Sallyport. So this should have been enough for trial one, for those 8 that just couldn't see it. This should have been enough for them to say, okay, this is way too much reasonable doubt. How is it that Proctor goes to the scene on his own several times, doesn't call a photographer to come, doesn't call crime scene unit to come? He just finds them and takes them back to the department, no biggie. And they all fit in this area just perfectly. And then Buchanan, let me go look for some tail light, and his fit in this area. CERT team. This is the only people I believe right now are the CERT team. I don't think they were in on this. I think the CERT team did their job and did it the way they were supposed to do it. And that's why they found this much taillight there, because it was put there, by whoever was hanging out with the CERT team, that nobody knows who they were. Nobody knows their names. Where the hell did they come from? Well, we know where they came from. And so that's the only reason why I don't think CERT was ever in on it or knew. They may have figured it out by now.
And
right.
And who called off the search? I forget his name. I think it was Lieutenant O'Hara of the CERT team.
Right.
Said, hey, we found this. It's getting dark. What do you want to do? We can, clear some more. We can keep going. We can come back tomorrow. We'll get an officer posted here. And I believe it was Lieutenant Tully who said, "No, we're good. Leave it alone."
Yep,
That was the end of the search for that.
Yep, Tully is definitely is thick in this. He's in this up to his eyeballs. And yes,
about Yannetti going through and saying, "Hello, do you know Lieutenant Tully got pulled off of whatever his when he was talking to the kid Keith, saying like, hello, do you know that your lieutenant got pulled off of whatever that division was called?" And Bev kept taking him to the sidebar and was like, "Stop bringing this in." And that's when the asshole comment came up by I believe it was McLaughlin, allegedly.
Oh yeah.
That's when that came up, saying like, "Hey, did you know he got pulled off because he got punished around that time?" And everyone forgot about that. It was Yuri got pulled, Fanny got pulled, and Tully got pulled. And then they got pulled for an investigation. And then turns out, whatever happened. And for a while, it looked like Tully was going to be like he got rehomed. That's what they keep saying. Like he got rehomed, and it looked like he was going to get he was going to go from lieutenant to sergeant.
He got reassigned. Reassigned instead of getting fired. Right. Rehomed, reassigned. Well, Queen Olive, you read my mind, because I was just pondering this again. Yes, that's exactly what Karen did. She dropped him off at the mailbox right there where the driveway is, so he wouldn't have to walk through the snow. And then she moved up because Ricky was pulling up behind her, and even if she didn't know that was the car that let her turn, they got to turn in front of. She obviously saw headlights in her rear view mirror, and so she pulled up, and that's what she was doing, pulling up in front of the house then after John got out. And but here's the thing, she didn't pull right because the kids didn't see John and they didn't see him in the car. To me, they are star witnesses. They saw the car, they saw the SUV, they described someone who looks like Karen Reed, they described the vehicle. They were there to pick up Julie. So they have no reason to lie. I think that if you're on the jury and you can't find your way clear to dismiss all this other BS and lies, you have to focus in on the three kids in the truck and on the timing of when they let Karen Reed turn in front of them and arriving behind her vehicle. That's huge. That's eyewitness testimony. Nobody else is a witness in this case, though only those three.
You think so? I mean, Hank did do a pretty good job of trying to put some distance between Ryan Nagel and what he saw. I mean, he kept saying like, "Well, you were at a bar, you were drinking," but for whatever reason, then said, "Oh, the ground was frozen," right? Like Ryan Nagel is the authority of the ground.
If that's the case, though, Julie, then you got to push back on Jen and all the other people that were looking out the window for Karen. Then you can't believe any of their crap because they were all drinking.
Well, that's just it too. I mean, yeah, like you can't have it both ways. I mean, me personally, I don't believe anything what these bastards are saying on either side. The people that are in the house, Karen, all of them. I just go on facts and that's it. Because I mean, there are 4 people and you get like 16 stories among them. Like, what are you going to keep straight? Like, let's just go with what we can actually see. That's hard evidence. Let's go with that. Like,
Queen Olive says, "I don't think those pieces of taillight were ever at 34 Fever. Maybe a couple of pieces, but not the majority." Yeah, you're right. There's no proof that any of those were ever there. That is his word against anybody's common sense. Proctor, right? Exactly. I agree with you. I think the only pieces that were probably ever put there were the ones the CERT team found. Yeah, kind of interesting they were sound. And Becky says, "Pretty sure that was Bev who said asshole about Yannetti." Yeah.
Yeah, they checked that. It so she was walking away from the mic and the person who was close to a mic was what's her face, McLaughlin.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't sound like Bev. Like I went back to listen to it and was like, I don't think it's her, because she was walking away, like she was upset, and like she was like sidebar right now, and she started like walking away.
I
And
don't
think
know though. I
that.
saw somebody on Twitter X today, and I should have copied that one too. They slowed it down really, really, really slow. Yep. And Bev walks right by her microphone. Right as you hear, it sounds like ass something. She walks right by her microphone. I think it was her.
Doesn't sound like her though.
I don't know. We can't barely hear it. So, I mean, she said it under her breath. Most of us don't sound like ourselves under our breath. We don't really hear ourselves under our own breath, but it could have been the court. Who else would it have been, do you think?
So I was thinking it was either McLaughlin or maybe somebody on the O'Keefe side that would have been close to a microphone.
Oh, no. It couldn't have been anybody over there, because it was loud, and it was right after she got up. It was loud enough. I think it had to be coming from that area. So it had to either be who is she? She's one of the,
one of the clerk of courts.
One of the clerk of courts. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we can debate that. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it was kind of funny. So I wanted to remind you guys again that when I was visiting Kara a while back, I think this was way back in January, she introduced me to her prairie dogs. She has pet prairie dogs. And the little prairie dog was so sweet to me, and it was letting me pet it. And then I put it down, and then my dog Tanner came in from the other room. He was still just a little puppy. Oh no, this would have been in February, because I'd only had Tanner like 2 weeks. So he was still only like 13 weeks old. He was little, but he came in from the other room where he was playing with Kara's friend, and the prairie dog got scared and jumped on my leg and then grabbed my arm and bit me. So it bit me in 3 places. The one that's kind of dark there, and the scratches are its claws. So I put my picture over the top of John O'Keefe's German Shepherd bites. If you know the difference between a prairie dog and a German Shepherd, but look at how similar these bite marks look. And then considering that's just a little prairie dog, it didn't like open up my skin like the claws of the German Shepherd did, but it definitely made me bleed. And I still have a scar, 2 scars where it got me good. And it was, oh man, did that hurt. That hurt so bad. I'm going to have PTSD prairie dog syndrome for the rest of my life. But I just wanted to show you guys that, because if that's what a prairie dog can do, and it looks just like those like a puncture wound there, how is anybody going to argue about John O'Keefe not getting bit by that? Those aren't dog bites. I don't get it. Like you said, you go on the cottage. I can't bring myself to go in that attic, but I appreciate that you do, so you can share with us how these people on the other side, how they see it in such a twisted manner. Like 1 + 1 = 2 people. You're not even looking at common sense whatsoever, right? It's just ridiculous. So, hey guys, let's take a break, because I had that emergency live stream for Sarah Ebersol prior, and I need to go get myself a soda or something to drink. I did not do pizza tonight because I didn't have time. So I'm going to go look for a snack and something to drink. So let's all take like a 7-minute, let's do like 7th inning stretch. Let's do a 7-minute break. I'll put it down here in our friend zone chat box, because I don't want you guys to think that we're done. So replay, we're about to take a 7-minute break, so you can forward 7 minutes and we will be back. Maybe even sooner than 7 minutes, but I want to give myself 7 minutes to take a break. So we will do a 7 minutes stretch, 7th inning stretch. We're in the 7th inning of our live stream tonight. So it's this, I'll put that up, 7th inning stretch. And then we will be right back to look at some of the testimony that I have pulled up that we want to talk about tonight for the last 3 innings of our Friday Night Lives. Does that sound good to you, Julie?
Yep.
All right. So I've got it up for replay, and for anybody else that comes in, we'll be back in 7 minutes. There we go. 7th inning stretch, 7-minute stretch. See you soon. Put that up there for everybody that might come in while we're gone and for replay, because then they can fast forward through our stretch. All right, there we go. All right, I'm going to put on some of our background music here for you all that aren't going to take a stretch, but you should definitely do it because it's not good to sit this long. And I'll see you guys very soon. Thanks for being here. Okay. Thank you for that 7-minute stretch. I appreciated it. I have never had anything quite this painful in my life. Sciatica will now go down as so far as my most painful ever experience. Never thought that childbirth and my neck injury would ever get booted out of place 1 and 2, but sciatica has now booted both of them into 2nd and 3rd place. All righty then. So no pizza tonight, but I am doing crackers and cheese for our 7th inning stretch and a orange juice spritzer because I'm taking too much ibuprofen. So no wine, no glass of wine, no Margaritaville. No, can't do that. All right, we'll give Julie, are you back? I'll give Julie a couple more minutes. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you are. So let's see. What do you guys got going on in the chat box behind my back? Would you like to dance? Oh, that's so cool. Would you like to dance? I know that was like elevator music, right? They only give us so many choices of music to put on. Now I can upload my own music. So I'm thinking about doing that, finding some better tunes for when we take our 7th inning stretch. No takers, says Bert. Oh, Bert, for sure. I'll meet you in Orlando, Bert. We'll go dancing. We'll do a standout in Orlando. The last one was kind of rainy and not many people showed up. So I think Orlando is literally halfway between Daytona Beach and Hillsborough County. Come here, buddy. You can have a snack too. You want a snack? You can have a snack. So we'll have to do that. We'll have to get pre-Karen readers who live in Florida to all meet up in Orlando and do a standout. That would be really cool. Shauna says, yes, Bert, please and thank you. Shauna is just south. So I could even drive down after my back heals and pick up Shauna and bring her up to the land of no allergies because she's down there in Allergyville, South Florida. We don't have those kind of problems in the northern part of Florida where I'm at. I don't know about what you got over there, Bert, going on in Tampa area, but over by me in Volusia County, we just do not have a lot of allergies. It's really great. So Julie says, Bert, who's leading? I dance to my own drum.
Sure do.
Bert, in the words of Ross Geller, we're on a break. Oh, that's a good one. I love that. He says, I'm freewheeling anyhow. I like the tunes. Oh, that's cool. I used to love to dance. Oh my gosh, Queen Olive, you poor sweetheart. She's had 8 back surgeries. Oh, well, okay. Before we jump into the testimony, let me read you guys my MRI results. Hang on a minute. They're epic. I knew it was going to be bad because I've literally never been in this much pain, but I kept trying to think that it was just sciatica, like everybody says, how painful it is. But I just had a bad feeling it was a little worse than just sciatica. Okay, let's see here. Where are we? Test results. All right, here we go, guys. Your fearless leader of social change warriors is a mess. So I will read those to you now. So here we go. L1, L2. There is no significant disc disease, spinal canal stenosis, or neuroforminal narrowing. I need my medical people to help me with some of these words coming up here. L2-3, disc bulge. Now, that's surprising to me because I haven't really had any issues there where L2-3 lies. Not really. So I'm kind of shocked by that. But no spinal canal stenosis, woohoo, or neuroforminal narrowing. Yay, me. L3-4, disc bulge, eccentric to the left. Well, that's me. Left-sided end plate ridging, whatever the heck that means. Mild spinal canal stenosis. That's good. Moderate to mild, or no, mild to moderate left neuroforminal narrowing. No right neuroforminal narrowing. Well, that's the truth. I am a lefty. Disc bulge, at L45. Now that's the only one I knew about. I knew I had that from a CT scan about 3 years ago when my back went out. That's been a problem since I was a police officer because of the gun belt and the weight of the vest and 20 years of cheerleading and cheerleading coaching. So I always knew about the L45 disc bulge. I did not know about the L23 or the L34. Those were surprises to me. So this one is beautiful. It says disc bulge and facet arthropathy. Kathy, help me out here. And Kim, if you're here tonight. And large right subarticular disc extrusion, 1.8 centimeters of superior migration along the right subarticular recess. Doesn't that sound fun, guys? This effaces the right I love all these medical terms. This effaces the right subarticular recess and impinges the traversing right L5 and likely S1 nerve roots. No shit. No neuroformal narrowing. Well, that's good to know. At least I don't have that. I have everything else going on at L45, but gratefully not that. And last but not least, just for the coup de grace, L5 S1 disc bulge and facet arthropathy with end plate ridging, no spinal canal stenosis, thankfully, but you do have moderate bilateral neuroformal narrowing, Miss Page. So there you have it. So that can't be good, any of it. So I will be very interested to see what my current neck doctor, who's been caring for my police injury all these years, has to say about this. I have no clue what to expect. I was planning to go back to my house in Florida very, very soon. I don't know what to make of all this, and I will keep you all posted. But I will live stream no matter what, because we have to. We are advocates, and we have 15 beautiful humans who are no longer with us that we are advocating for. So I live streamed from my hospital bed after the knee surgery. I can live stream after my back surgery if that's what ends up having to happen. So I'll keep y'all posted. So I am so sorry, Queen Olive. I cannot imagine having that many back surgeries. My sister has had a large number of back surgeries. My grandpa Ray did as well. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you guys so much. Queen, you and I will have to chat. I'll make sure I put up my email for you so we can chit chat about this, because it does help to have someone to talk to who's also gone through back pain and back injuries. My back bulging discs have always been very tolerable. They ache once in a while. They'll go out once in a while, but nothing like this. So I guess they finally, that L45 and that L5S1 just finally said, we're done with you. Whatever is happening, we're just going to go ahead and just be done. We don't want to be in here anymore. We're going to get the heck out of here. We're going to rupture. So yes, I'll put my email up so we can chit chat, my queen. All right, let me pull up what I want to show you from, first of all, the first part that I want to show you from the trial that to me is just, this whole thing is, there's so much that happened this week that's mind blowing. It's hard to rank it, but let me start with this one. Gotta find it. There we go. Oh no, that's not it. Oh, hang on. Well, actually, let's take a listen. I think he'll understand fair use. I don't think he'll strike us. I mean, we won't play him for very long. I'm just curious to see what he has to say. I usually go check him out and see what he has to say, but I didn't get around to it because I've been busy with the puppy and with doctor appointments. So it's been rough. It wasn't how I expected to spend my 2 weeks back home in Madison. I was going to take Tanner to all these cool walking places that I love here in my town. And I haven't been able to walk. I've been using a walker, and that's been sparingly. My right leg just won't support my weight at all. It's really creepy. So let's take a listen here for a minute, and I'll send him a direct message on Twitter and let him know for fair use purposes that we're just saying, hey, let's see what he has to say for a few minutes.
For you, some of the clips.
Nope, we can't. Won't let us. That's interesting. He must have something set up where you can't play his stuff. That's interesting. Now that's never happened before because we've been fair using Emily D. Baker. We've fair used Melanie. We've fair used a lot of content creators just for the sake of knowledge and sharing, and no problems at all. So that's a good one. So no. So, okay. Well, I guess we won't be sharing him, will we, Julie?
Nope.
He doesn't want us to share him. Well, that's a shame because I don't get that really. I mean, we're all trying to follow the same case. We're all caring about Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. We're not even monetized. So why anybody would be upset with us for sharing out their channel and giving their channel credit and complimenting them is really weird to me. That makes me get grifter vibes. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's really strange. All right. Well, we get to learn something new every day with all the different content creators and all of their egos and such. Okay. I'm arrowing down to where I want to bring up the testimony in my deck. So hang on a second. I want to find which slide where we need to be on. We need to be on. What'd you guys think of Trooper Clark? I'm just curious. Before I tell you my opinion, I would just like to know, just type it in the friend zone, and everybody on replay, if you can let me know in the comment section what you thought of Trooper Clark. I'm just curious. I'd like to know what everybody thinks. All right.
Which
I need
one
to
was
go to
he?
slide 68. Trooper Clark, hang on. I might have a picture of him. Hold on a second. I go back to the deck here a minute. I got to go to slide 68. So stand by. I'm going to fast forward through my notes and all my other the other stuff we've covered. Well, Yuri, we talked about a lot last week, but he finished up on Monday. There's things that we need to talk about with him from Monday. Yeah, he had the rest of his cross, his redirect and his recross. That was intense stuff. So we're definitely going to talk about that. So May 14th, we had Trooper Clark, Trooper Brent, Sergeant Brian Gallerini from Needham PD, and that was all about the buccal, right? Is that how I pronounce it?
Yeah, cheek claws. Yep.
Yeah, collected from, of course, former Proctor Trooper, and Buchanan only. And Yannetti asks about Berkowitz, Lieutenant Telly, Kevin, Albert, and he answered no. So I thought that was interesting. I do not remember that from the first trial.
Yeah, that was I think they brought him in quick just to say because because they had to swab Yuri and Proctor to say like, well, did you check to see if any of the unknown DNAs are these guys? And it was like, okay, we got swabs from this guy and this guy.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. So that was quick the last time. It was also Lally. So I mean, who the Christ knows who they brought in? I mean, it took so goddamn long.
So Aiden said this was a boring day. And I suppose
he was in court, so
right. But I suppose
in
the whole scheme of things, what was brought in was boring for those of us that know this case inside and out, but not for the jury because they had never heard any of this before, right? So Trooper Clark was the first one to go. I don't remember what he looked like now, but
he was yeah, that's right. He was the guy who took pictures, right? But he didn't take the first pictures. He took the pictures after the fact.
Right. So, and this is what I found to be very interesting too, is that he was only called to 34 Fairview on February 1st, which what you guys were just chatting about before we went on break is that because Proctor never went, none of those other pieces were ever there. If we want to believe how nefarious this really truly is that Proctor never went back to Fairview. There's no proof that Proctor was ever back at Fairview collecting taillight pieces. So he covered his ass on February 1st. Come here, Tanner. He covered his ass on February 1st, but he couldn't cover his ass those other dates because it's possible there was never taillight there, that he just had it and he tampered with evidence, right? He put in evidence that wasn't evidence. So let's go to this one. I'm going to see, I got to be on slide 70. Okay, stand by. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, Tanner, I know you're tired, buddy. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're such a good boy. All right. for this commercial here. Stand by. Skip the commercial. There we go. Oh, there's the fan, the ever-present fan. Okay, let me share my screen with you guys. Pull up this little snippet here. There's the fan. Is it working for you guys? Yep. Okay, perfect. Let me go back and make it bigger. There we go. Now let's go forward. Lots of fan. This. Oh, wow. Papa was there. I didn't see that. I did not know. I listened to a lot of this in my car, so I wasn't watching it. I was listening to it like a radio show. I didn't realize Mr. O'Keefe was back in court. Let me get, I don't know why the sound.
That was when, yeah, that was when the niece came.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, the niece, the granddaughter. So,
oh,
yeah, because Peggy O'Keefe is over to the far right.
Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely.
boy, I can barely hear her.
And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could, so you wouldn't even have to. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions?
Yeah, so they're going to go to the niece, so you're going to have to fast forward about an hour and a half.
Yep.
Quarters.
There he is.
And approximately what time did you arrive?
Uh-oh, where'd the sound go? That's weird. We lost the sound. Stand by. I don't know what's going on. The sound is not turned off. It's unmuted. And we had the sound just seconds ago. So this is strange. Let me go back a second. Huh. We had the sound when Bev was talking, and now we lost the sound. This is very strange.
Is it Mike? Try fast forwarding a little bit, see if it comes back.
I'm going to go forward.
Fairview Road
There we go.
on February 8th.
Maybe Mike.
Photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that.
That's what I want too. So let me go back a little bit. Let's go back before this fan because I want to kind of set context of where we're at in his testimony. This was a very long sidebar, so we'll fast forward through it, but I want to just get back to get a little context here.
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
I'm going to back this up just a little bit more because I love Yannetti, and this is interesting to me. So let's go back a little bit. There's just so many fans in and out of all this. So many sidebars. Let's go right here. It's hard for me to get it just perfect, so we're gonna have to watch the fan for a couple of minutes so that because I want context with what he's saying. And this thing is moving. This red bar is so damn touchy. We're almost there. There we go. Another minute of fan and we'll be there. The good old fan. So let's see here. Oh, thanks, Bert. I appreciate you. Yeah, this just kind of came out of the blue. Normally, my little bulging discs are very easy for me to deal with and not cause me, they don't really cause me too much pain. So this is a big letdown. That's for sure. Shauna says, notice weird Tara Kerrigan was there all week with her OJO Diamond Shield number sitting there like the grieving widow. Yeah, that's so weird. We could talk about her for a while. That is like a study in social behavior, right? Human behavior and sociology. Shauna says they dated 20 years ago. She's married with kids. It's just very bizarre. Yeah, I agree. I can see her connecting with his people, but all the interviews, court appearances, very strange. Yeah, it makes no sense. It's probably one of the weirdest things I think I've ever. Oh, yes. Olive, you're right. You can arrows on the keyboard to go back or forward 5 seconds at a time. I forgot about that. Thank you, Olive. I'm going to remember that. I knew there was a trick that I was forgetting. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's see if we've got sound again. It sounds like we don't have sound again, but that I don't think it's on our end. I think it might have been something to do with this feed.
Yeah,
Maybe
it might have been Mike because
yeah,
we were on sidebar for the court cameras were off or on the fan
right.
because of the niece. So
Right, we might not be able to hear this part. I'll have to fast forward to it till we can hear him. Darn it.
Notice.
Okay, there we go.
And they're on call for 24-hour periods.
Dude, the technology in this thing is insane.
Now we get a
Watch
commercial.
this.
Yep.
Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, What kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
What is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events.
Don't put makeup.
Julie, are you having a party right now? Because
I don't know. Am I having a party?
Because this guy's right up your alley. This guy is professional. He's polite. He's geeky as all heck, but in a very cool, kind of sexy way. And he's telling us about these very interesting science facts. You've got to be having a party right now.
Well, I don't know about that. He seems to be doing a little bit too much. Like instead of saying the word placard, he's saying placard or whatever he's saying, placard. I don't know where this guy comes from, but I mean, yeah, like he's basically saying like, oh, I did friction rubs. Like
Over dark
just so you
spots,
look
do
at your
it
fingerprints.
instead. She's covered in crafts of dark
I'm trying to
aging
get rid of
spots.
this
Then she did.
commercial. There we go. Yeah, I wanted to know what you think of him. He is MCAT says this is Trupa Robotica. We'll have to have a little music for Trupa Robotica.
Yeah, I don't know about this guy. I mean, and then compared to the pictures that he took,
right?
I don't know.
Right,
I
right.
mean, he's better than what we've seen as far as like, I mean, he's no Yuri in the Heimlich maneuver, but
Right. Lally, MCAT says Lally drives me nuts. Yeah, I get kind of a kick out of, I'm glad that they're giving Lally, I didn't even know if they'd give him any screen time, if he was going to get any time up on, talking and crossing or, I didn't know. So I was surprised that we even are getting to see any of Lally at all. It's kind of nice though, to get a break from Hank, because Hank he's such a snake. He is so annoying and just so nasty. Lally, even though he's Lally, I don't think Lally's a bad person. I really don't think he is. I think he got roped into having to do this, this case, and he's got to do it to the best of his ability in his role, I don't know. I don't necessarily think Lally's a bad person, but if he knows that everybody's lying and if he's figured it out on his own, he goes home at night and just says, this is horrible. I am fucked,
yeah, I mean, I don't think he cares either way. Like, if he wins, great. If he doesn't win, great. If there's a mistrial, great. Like, I don't think he cares. Like, just the way he gets up there. Like, it's not as pronounced as when he used to get up there. It's like, okay, Mr. Lally, you're witness.
Right.
You do like a bev sigh. Like,
right.
He's not doing that as much.
Oh,
like, it's still there, but he's not doing it as much.
I'm trying to go forward. Okay, yeah, there's Evan Brent. So here's the next guy. So let's see what we think about him. Well, let me go back first. So there was one thing I wanted to point out about the cross, where I hate all these sidebars with these long fan breaks. Okay, is this where, let me see if this is where he talks about, God, that's so crazy. There's so many of these. The last time I tried to use those arrows, Olive, it screwed me up though. I mean, I'm going to have to practice when I'm not with you guys because I don't want to mess up where we are.
Do you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
Yeah, this is what I wanted
when you
to
got
hear.
there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
That's
And
correct.
before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best part?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
The case officer.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you...
I love how they've all been
Albert,
threatened
Michael Proctor
that they must use case officer or you will be fired.
Let me approach.
Go on to the next area and see if you can connect.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that.
Jurors, I'm going to have to strike
I need to
that.
hear a sidebar.
That's right on that.
Even though it's true and it's been proven true, I better strike that.
Yeah, but you can't bring that. I know you can't bring. Yeah, and see now they're gonna now they're gonna
Nah.
yell at him.
Now they're going to yell at him. Yeah, exactly. All right, let me go fast forward here. I knew there was a fan in there when I went before. Oh, that was a pretty long sidebar. That was almost, wow, almost 7 minutes. Holy crap.
Counsel, exhibit II for IP.
Open mic.
They're going to lunch. I think they might be going to lunch.
Is that what's happening here?
Yeah.
I think Bev's going to talk any second now. I can't stare at that fan for too long. My vertigo goes crazy. No?
You knew.
I'm trying to get it right where she talks.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Clock. The way she said clock, it almost sounded like she said Sergeant Crook.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
You chose, I'm sorry, he chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Nettie.
Were you called out to
Ask
34
it
Fairview Road on
differently.
February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
This is the
Boom.
quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
Okay. So, I hate these commercials. So annoying.
Stop.
All right.
Is there a
That
follow-up, Mr. Levin?
for me was big. That
Thank
you
you,
know
Ryan.
that
Thank you, folks.
Unetti pointed out that that he did not come on any of those other dates. What do you guys think that's important? It seems very important to me. If I was on a jury and I would be asking a lot of questions, I'd be like, wait a minute, what? This makes no sense. Why would he be called out to do all of that important work that he told us about, and why it was important, of why his job is so important within the police department? But then not answer no to not coming out all those other days. And Shauna says, didn't it seem like he was covering for them? Well, in some way, shape, or form, he had to have asked himself at the time as that was playing out in real time, why wasn't I called all these other times? Come here, Tanner. He had to have been asking himself that, right? And he had to know that there was nobody else called out to do it. He's the guy, that's his job. And let's just say it's his days off. Maybe they have somebody that covers him on his days off, or maybe there's two of them. He would have to know that no one else did, right? So I don't know, Julie, what do you think?
My grandfather was in the Air Force. Well, it was the Army Air Corps, but it became the U.S. Air Force as enlisted. And there was a saying, and anybody who served has probably heard this. It's yours is not to question why, yours is but to do or die. And that goes to the ranking system of there's enlisted, and then there's the officers, and the enlisted report to officers, and within the enlisted there's ranks of private, corporal, sergeant, and then the various ranks of sergeant.
Right.
And what we're seeing here is basically what's happening, which is you're told what to do. You don't ask questions. You just do it if you know what's good for you.
Yep.
And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yep. And that's actually, it's true. I mean, that military mindset, which flows over into the police and the fire department. Tanner, come here, buddy. You're going to knock my laptop off. It's just that it's the chain of command, do as you're told. That was really good, Julie. Thanks for quoting that. I'm glad you remembered that.
I mean, we see that with all of them. We see that with the guy with what's his name? Connor Keefe. The exact same thing, saying when he was asked who was with him at the autopsy, and who went with him to whatever site it was, they kept asking, was Proctor there? Was this one there? Was that one there? Were you asked this? He basically said he basically did the exact same thing. It was, hey, you're going to tell them this. You're not to, tell them anything else, but you're going to tell them A, B, and C. You go up there, say A, B, and C. You get off the stand, and that's the end of it.
Yep. And I think that's why he was right. And that could be why Shauna mentioned that he was robotic. That would be, he's in his mindset. He's just, just the facts, ma'am. Very, very robotic and just trying to get through it,
Well, yeah, because I mean, it's basically like, and John Camo, Mr. Dixie said this too, basically saying like, hey, you're on the stand, basically talking about the lead investigator or the office manager, whatever you want to call it, the guy that goes get the guy that now goes and gets the coffee for everybody, Trooper Proctor, who was the lead investigator in this case, who is no
Right.
longer here, who is appealing his firing up the ranks and whatever the case may be.
Right.
And was basically told, like, hey, listen, this guy might not be your boss, but he might be, you know, friends with somebody who went to school with, who, you know, lived around the corner, who went to church and confession with, you know, these people from back in the day. You know, we don't know who these people know. Again, it shouldn't work this way, but that's just the way it
Right.
works up here.
Well,
We don't know.
I think it's very
know what they don't know, but yeah. So it's basically
Right.
like, hey, do what you're told, because you might not be pissing this person off, but you might be pissing the person on top of that person off. And if you know what's good for you, if you ever want to, you know, work again or advance or whatever the case may be, you're going to stick to the script and go from there. So
right.
I think that's what we're seeing a lot of these stuff. So it's not like, you know, oh, it's a conspiracy. It's just that, like, that's just the way it works and stuff like this. And again, it works the same way in military, fire department,
Yes.
anywhere where you have structures like this, you know. Yeah. So.
Well, one of the things I agree with you, and that was good. Well said. One of the things that the anti, you know, all the anti-free Karen readers keep bringing up and saying all the time is, it's not possible for this many people to be in on a conspiracy. And I'm like, when's the last time you became an expert on corruption and conspiracies? Because the whole point of corruption is that it's got a big base. It's not just one or two people. Ever, hardly ever. It's very rare that there's only one or two people causing corruption and havoc at a job or at a company or wherever we've seen the big white collar crimes. It's never just one or two people. That's why corruption is so difficult to stomp out, because there's so many people involved, higher and lower, in the whole chain of command. And I don't think that this trooper was necessarily in on it or was even told about what really happened. I think he may have his own suspicions because he's a smart guy, but and obviously they would have coached him the way Lally or Brennan, whoever coached him. But that still doesn't mean that he was in on it or that he knew anything about it. I still think there's only a small amount of them that actually did the cover up and were part of the corruption. I think the rest of them turned a blind eye to it, or they just didn't really notice it, and they're just assuming that their coworkers would never do anything nefarious like this.
I mean, that's certainly what it looks like what happened in Canton. I mean, the morning of the 29th, who showed up? There was a junior officer, there was full-time officer, there were two sergeants and a lieutenant. And a lieutenant basically ran the show and said, go get me a leaf blower, go stand over there, go grab solo cups.
Right.
And you stand over there with a camera and take this film. Okay, now leave. Are you going to tell Lieutenant no, who's basically what, the third in command? There's what, chief, deputy chief, and then lieutenants. Are you going to tell Lieutenant no and go, hey, wait a second, I don't think this is right? They're going to tell you, they're going to relegate you to the latrine and say, how about you go clean toilets for 7 months?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that they've had to stick to their narrative. They just have to stick to their narrative. And so then all the anti-free Karen readers out there they just blow my mind with how they can spin this. I mean, you've been paying more attention, but I just think that if I'm on the jury and I'm keeping notes of things that are bothering me, that are leading me to conclude that this is reasonable doubt, even though I'm not sure, maybe she hit him, maybe she didn't, but I would have to add that to my tally of this makes me have reasonable doubt. So him, by the way, Unetti asked him, but you weren't called out on this date. No. And you weren't called out on this date. No, but Proctor did this, but you weren't called out on this date. That's just impeaching Proctor more and more. And that would, if I was on the jury, I'd be writing a big star and the name Proctor and writing reasonable doubt. I mean, it's just reasonable doubt is written all over this case anyway, from A to Z. But these things that we've been talking about tonight, the kids in the truck, was the Jeep there, yes or no? This whole time, them changing the time now of when he actually supposedly was hit, and then this trooper who it seemed like innocent testimony, but yet something Unetti was able to get that out of him, which to me really pulls you towards reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw more of that today too. I mean, again, I don't know why they're not using David more. If it's because of dynamics in the group, if it's because of workload, whatever the case may be. I thought David did a phenomenal job. It was clear cut, precise to the point. It didn't drone on and on and on and go into the little tiny minutia details of things that may or may not be specific, and then you lose a jury. It was clear cut and direct to the point. And again, we saw more of that today, which was like, hey, did you know that this sat in at Trooper Proctor's behest for 6 months? Did you know this? Trooper Proctor, Trooper Proctor, Trooper Proctor, Trooper Proctor, Trooper Proctor. And yeah, I mean,
right.
And tonight on Canton Confidential, Sue O'Connell gave reports from the jury and basically saying like, hey, this is what the jury's doing. It seems like they're astute. They're writing stuff down. And they're basically saying like, well, if I'm the juror, I'm thinking like, I'm trying to imagine who this Trooper Proctor is, because all I keep hearing is his name, Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor, Trooper Proctor, Trooper Proctor,
Right.
all over the place. But we haven't seen him. We don't know if he's coming in or what's happening, but we need to know where he's coming in, because it seems like he's touching every single point of this case.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Okay. We're going to get to your 7-minute clip here, and let's do one more thing real quick. Where is the, was that was at the very, yeah. Okay. I'll find it. I got it. I think it was I want to go back to Monday to Yuri just for a few seconds here. There's a couple things I want to get your guys' opinion on.
Is it about the Heimlich maneuver?
What does it feel like to step into the Athens tube?
Yuri was a gift. Now I got to get rid of
Revolutionary.
Yuri was a gift that kept.
What does it feel like to step into the Athens tube?
Kinda like. We just did a double run.
Revolutionary.
Yuri was a gift that kept on giving. So we could spend 3 live streams just on him. It was crazy. I think I have it stopped where I want it. Let me double check, because the good old fan is up here, but I think this is where I wanted to go. There's really not everything about Yuri's cross is good. So let's just start here. And if I have to move it, I'll move it.
Relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family.
Whoops, hang on. I got to put us.
Yes. As we're walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related
That's
to?
a lie. That's like a
Chris and Julie
well-placed
Albert?
lie.
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications Michael Proctor had with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right. What are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Of
of the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Persisted.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding. I
Or a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020, 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
In furtherance of your investigation.
yes,
And to whom did you deliver these videos and whom were they requested by?
the initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have with the court's permission on that.
I don't know about what you think, guys, and Julie, but I want to ask you before we show this. This just utterly stuns me that they can get away with all the crap they've gotten away with, and now this. That how are there not sanctions for this not being turned over for trial one? How are there not sanctions against the CW or against the Canton police? Against Proctor and the Massachusetts police. Him being fired isn't good enough, right?
Well, again, it's kind of the same thing. Like who's going to charge this? I mean, this comes down to the defense in all the pretrial going up to trial one. Now, this goes way, way, way back because every single pretrial, it seemed like they were there saying like, we're asking for this. And these guys are saying, yeah, we'll get to it. Or, oh, we didn't see your email. Or, oh, yeah, we gave you everything. We go, okay. But then we saw this extra piece. Where did that come from? Like, oh, sorry, we just found this. We'll get that to you next time. And then they push it down the road. And again, who's going to say anything? Is it going to be Chief Berkowitz? Is it going to be Chief Rafferty? Is it going to be, I can't remember the interim colonel of the Massachusetts State Police, but the new guy seems to be, I don't know, like he did his thing and then it's like, okay, well, we'll see how things go. But like who's going to do anything about it? Is the district attorney for Norfolk County going to do anything? Michael Morrissey? Doesn't seem like it. Kind of seems like they get a free pass.
Yeah, they're making a mockery of our justice system. You know, that's what they've been doing this entire time with this Karen Reed trial that should have never made it out of the grand jury. And it just makes me speechless. I can't get over it. But anyway, we're about to watch this surveillance video from the Canton PD that was never turned over for the first trial, and that was now obviously shared with the defense.
This is crazy.
It is crazy. It's freaking crazy.
For introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the
The
foundation.
look on his face just ticks me off. It's
we
just
shown
like
it or
he
discussed
he
this
looks so
I just
disgusted
discussed
and
it with Mr.
like he has
Brennan,
such disdain for
Mr. Cornwall's
Jackson.
position. I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark, yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark it for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit JG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation, video of somebody outside? Now we're the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but
Okay.
I did
Do you
review
remember
it.
being of the parking lot area?
And this guy's a detective, right?
One of the
Right.
being of the parking lot
Exactly.
area outside Canton PD?
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sally Port with a pedestrian door? Not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door, someone going in and out of the pedestrian door?
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're saying, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway, seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
You do remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Canton PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel? Okay.
My God, this guy's like a bad Yakov Smirnoff joke. In Soviet, Yuri, information procured itself.
Exactly.
Is GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors?
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
He needs his Soviet to English
One
translator.
video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree. And
Now, what do you need to review? Jesus Christ.
no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay,
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
all right. We just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a little complicated. I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree,
And this
Shauna.
is, Your Honor, just for the record.
I think you're right. I think
actually,
the
let me do
grand
it this
jury
way.
is outdated.
Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side
Here we
at
go.
Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Let's put up the Valkyrie banner.
Sure, if you
We
like.
haven't had it up all night.
I'm not I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. This car is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the course permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop.
Oh, here comes
Did you see a
Ziggy.
car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that
Ziggy
look
with
like
it.
to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best part is? It's natural, easy, has no side effects, and takes less than a minute to prepare. Using just 4 ingredients that I bet are
Okay, stop.
Look at
So
how low
did
that
you,
plow
during the
is.
course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep?
Not full screen. There we go.
Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay.
That's the
I know it's super
individual.
blurry. May not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
Look at him stumble around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stop. All right. Did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
You're killing me with this stuff, Sean and MCAT.
Don't insult Weird Al like that.
Yeah, come
Thank you, Your
on.
Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this.
Me too,
Stop.
MCAT.
Yeah, he's
What do
stumbling
you see on
around.
the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
No comparison. What?
And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are? I know the answer to this. Can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if he can read the?
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk?
I'm not the tech guy.
Magic.
Magic.
Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay. Can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one. Mr. Wolk, if you could, please.
One.
Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we can start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sally Port.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Take a look what he does here.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear,
Jesus Christ,
given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay. And for the final clip.
He's stumbling around when he got to the door. It looked like he walked into the frame.
Yeah.
If we could go down to the timestamp and date.
So as he gets closer, this is the one that a lot of the people blew up on Twitter and Facebook that
Can you see what that
made him look like
is
the
designated
Texas
as that camera
chainsaw
angle?
murderer.
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this.
Open the door to more amazing guests. List your vacation rentals on Booking.com.
Well, we went cold.
This is exactly how a bra for women over 50 should be. It's super comfortable.
Oh, new bras.
No.
Now, right there.
Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. It appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. I have just a moment. Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf?
Did anybody see that that Abby got the layout plan to figure out what room that was that you walked into? I mean, what room that was that he walked into, and it was the communications room.
Can you make?
I thought that was his
note
office. That wasn't his office.
I didn't see that.
Right here.
Well, the communications room is dispatch.
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video.
A lot of keys are kept in dispatch
It is playing.
in a lot of departments. In mine,
Stop.
there were keys.
Now, if you
kept
could
in
take a look
dispatch.
at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward.
He had something in his hand. It looked like.
Yeah.
Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? Okay. If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's go ahead and continue playing this. And stop. Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time. Can you see that?
No, it's really blurry for me.
There we go.
Yes. Now I can see it. 1:34.
Don't try too hard, Yuri.
15,
Numbers
if I'm not
are his
mistaken.
third
Okay.
language.
Fair enough.
Exactly.
Let's go ahead and play this all the way through.
We're going to need to get Yuri hooked on phonics.
Look at him. He's swaying in
Who
the
did that appear to be
in the
walking
hallway
away
too.
from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would be suspecting or guessing if
Good
I
thing
gave
he
you
was
an answer, but
driving.
I'm not certain who that
Do
is.
you- As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. It should appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins.
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same GG device. Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please, or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through.
If I wanted hair hanging down my back like the ancestors blessed it personally, I would use castor oil. If I want
Pause. does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand,
Oh,
but
sure.
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, AM.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Wolk. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hands up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we can move on, please. Play that through. And I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through. Okay, stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolk, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds?
Okay.
Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning, AM.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
So what's interesting about this surveillance outside the camera, when the snow's in the light like that, it always looks a little almost worse visibility than it actually is. Like if you're at a football game, think about it, or in the fall, and if it happens to be a snowstorm in those late fall games, and you look up at the lights that shine on the field, it looks worse than what you're actually seeing in front of you. So the anti-free Karen readers are saying, see, this is proving that it was such a blizzard. It was a whiteout already at 12:30, and that's why, and 1:30, and that's why they couldn't see John O'Keefe laying in the front yard. But this is very deceiving, because this is the surveillance camera, and the snow is going right in the camera. If you're an actual person out in it, you should have been able to see if John O'Keefe was laying in the snow. You can see all the tires of the cars. You can, even if you look away at the furthest car, I still don't believe, even if, let's just say, she had nicked him or clipped him with her car, if he had been lying there by the flagpole, there's no way in hell 13 people didn't see him. At least one out of the 13 would have seen him, and it wouldn't have been a black blob that would have never been reported. Thanks, Julie. Canton PD, room 122, communications room, comm equipment. Yeah, it should be the.
Yeah, communication center. Let me see. Hang on.
Should be their dispatch.
Yeah, communication center, communication equipment. let's see. Is this blown up? Here, can you see? That's.
My guess is he had keys to something.
I don't think you could. Yeah, I don't think you could see that there. But that's supposed. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's the blueprint. She posted 2.
Oh, thanks. Did you put it up?
No, I put Abby's Twitter handle and
yeah,
said it was 3 days ago that she did it. The post, mystery solved. Brian Higgins entered room 122 communication center / communications equipment area. No location. Pre-production planning skills might pay off one day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Video Jesus. I like her name that she uses, Video Jesus.
She does dynamite work, and
she's super talented, like uber talented.
Every season gives a reason to visit Warm Belly Farm, where strawberry picking meets strawberry margaritas.
Anyway.
Apple cannons.
Let me stop this for a second. Hang on a second, guys. I'm gonna try to pull up her Twitter feed. Did it switch over? Can you guys see X?
Yep.
Okay. So this is,
it was 3 days
she
ago.
said, yeah, she's on this one. She said, still needs some sharpening, but I'll be posting a slowed down GPU enhanced version soon, powered by deep learning via OpenCV. That is all Greek to me, but I trust that it's something high tech if Abby's doing it. So she says, full
Abby
frame.
knows her shit.
Yeah, full frame by breakdown with time codes coming. Your feedback's been awesome. I'm digging into all your questions. Nerd mode activated. So that was on the 14th that she said that. So let's see. That's the one she pinned. Now let's see here. Update kids. The Brian Higgins videos are about to set Twitter on fire. Coming soon, 24 hours or less, promise. 6K deep learning super res version and tested to a face enhancement model. Wow. We'll see how that turns out, she says. Holy cow. 2 days of straight up coding, super DNN res model with OpenCV CUDA capabilities. I don't know what that means, but I know it's important. I know it's a big deal in editing and in 3D animation and all of the crazy hard stuff that she does. I finally built the install. The file is cooking now with deep learning super res upscale. Wow, that's crazy. Here she says, this video rendering build better be worth all the coding I've been told that I don't know how to do. Yeah, she took a lot of like bullying and hate, and I don't understand this. Like what, this is the part like I've always said about the free Karen Reed movement and the anti-Karen Reed. Why are you bullying each other? Why are you calling each other names and being mean to each other? I mean, seriously, people, stick to the facts and of the case. And I mean, why would you want to hurt someone like Abby who's trying to help all of the people that are following the case and obviously trying to help Karen Reed? What would be the point? I mean, of going after her like you're a childhood playground bully? I don't get it.
Because she's getting too much attention.
Yeah, she definitely deserves it.
People are jealous.
Oh, here is this. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
So mystery solved. I don't know how great you guys can see it. I mean, because I've got this as big as I can make it. Let me see. Does this make a difference?
I think if you click on it, you could blow it up.
Did it just blow up now or no?
No.
Okay, well, I got to go back then. Let's see here. How do I get out of here? View tab. Okay, so let me try. No. Okay, did that make it bigger?
Yep. Now you should be able to zoom in a little bit. And I think she had it marked too.
Zoom in a little bit. I don't know where I can zoom in any more than I just did, but
all right, well that's okay. You can use your cursor to point where things are.
And I honestly I can't see it that great either, but it says police station first floor plan. Yeah, I don't see anywhere on this now that I can make it any bigger than I just did, but I can't read it that great. It's
hang on.
My 62-year-old eyes cannot. I see where it says Sallyport and I can see some of it, but I can't see much of it.
All right, so if you go to the back, where's the rear? Okay, so if you look at the the diagram on the right. If you look at the far left of that diagram, that's the parking lot. That's the Sally. Yeah, right there.
Yep.
So he
Sally
walked in. Yeah, so he walked in from right where your cursor is, and if you go down that hallway, he's walking by that hallway right there. And 122 should be right underneath your cursor right there.
Somewhere in here.
Yeah, wait, it's either over there or it's a little bit further to the right.
It might be this one.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, because there's a door there.
He
Right?
walked a long way, and there's definitely a door. There's a door here, and there's a door here.
Hang on one second. Let me hang on. Come on, thing, just blow up. Nope, not like that.
So she says, mystery solved. Brian Higgins entered room 122, communication center, communications equipment area. I knew location, pre-production planning skills might pay off one day. Shout out to Rojo 1968, hashtag free Karen Reed. This is really cool. Thank you, Abby and Video Jesus, for all of your hard work.
Yeah, she did fantastic. Yeah, so it's where the hell is it? Yeah, so it's right below your cursor.
Right here.
Yep.
Yep. And he wasn't in there for very long.
Nope, but when he left, it looked like he had something in his hand.
Yeah.
Like a key or something. And then he walked continuing towards the right. Now let's see what's over there. He walked continuing to the right. So he went to, let's see. There is.
Yeah, he came out the door and went straight. He went out to the door to the right. Absolutely. Oh, here we go. There's a better.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so he went. Yep, so he went right there. Yep, so he went right there.
And then he went to the right.
Yep. There's an office. Oh,
whoops.
Nope.
I didn't want to do that. Whoopsie.
So it says office, interview, conference room, waiting area. Then there's the lobby. Then it looks like you go out front, and then there's storage. So it looks like if you keep walking, you go, if you're heading down. Can you bring that? Hang on. Let me see. All right, where's your cursor?
Here it is.
Okay, so if you go out that door, and you go to the right, yep, and then you go, and then you continue, that's going to be off this page. If you go down, I just had it. You're going to walk through an office. You're going to go into the waiting room. Then you're going to go down. Actually, if you go over to the one on the right.
This one?
Where's your cursor? Yep. So if you go over there. So if you go, put your cursor up to the right a little bit.
Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Sorry. I went out of it.
That's all right. Yeah, so right there. So if you take your cursor to the right. And then you drag it down. You're going to go, it says waiting area and then lobby.
Yep.
And then there's two doors. And then if you keep going to the right, you come to storage areas.
I wonder what he was doing in there.
And then there's a whole nother section over there where there's I don't know. I can't see what that says, but it says storage, nurse. I can't see what that is, but there's storage there. So
yeah, interesting. Who knows what he was up to, right? All right, let's finish this up.
You're being fresh. You're being fresh. Yeah, you're being fresh. You're being fresh.
Julie, sidebar. What is the free Karen Reed versus free Karen Reed people in buffer zone having issues with Tom's CPU? Just curious if you know. Thanks. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's quite the story. Oh yeah, sidebar. So the short answer. So it turns out Tom CPU. Again, this is my opinion. No. Oh, well, okay. So you want to talk about dramatic gay doggy? Got dramatic gay doggy here making a scene just cause I'm not paying attention to him. So he grabbed my clothes that were in the bathroom and came right next to me to chew them. and I don't know if you can hear him, but yeah. So the Tom CPU stuff. So again, my opinion, turns out he's not the greatest of person. Like right as this trial started this time, Boston Mike had a little bit of a freak out on one of their live streams.
Yeah.
Started yelling at the people of Canton. And that goes back to this winter when Tom CPU decided to stoke the flames for content or whatever the case may be. He decided to stoke the flames and basically went where no one wanted him to go. And he went there for his own gratification. Like he went there for his own stream, for attention, for ratings, to get eyes on him. I don't know what, but there's issue. And then come to this trial, they had a little bit of freak out. People started pushing back saying, hey, people had issues with you where he's being like sexual with people, like beyond flirting, like just like unwanted stuff. And Boston Brandy brought this up. She had some issues, and for whatever reason, one day he decided to toss out her address on stream. She tried to talk to him about it and started fighting, and people just went away. I don't know what he's doing. I think I watched one of his streams for 5 minutes to see what they were talking about. I don't know what they're doing, but I guess he's not down there anymore. Resistance to Silence took over. I mean, I personally like them better. They follow what's going on in Canton, but that's basically the drama.
I think a lot of this, Julie, it just comes down to, sociology, person and environment. When you take something this, just hot topic of a trial where you have two clearly opposing sides, one sees black, one sees white, and then you have the time in between the two trials, which is very rare because not a lot of trials end up in a hung jury. So then you've got all that time between the trials where all those different motions and things were going on. And then you had infighting on both sides of the aisle. So you had infighting on the anti-Karen Read side, you had infighting on the free Karen Read side, which was all, to me, just blew my mind. I thought it was just the most amazing, weird shit that went down from approximately Thanksgiving through the end of January. It was just one day, one thing after another, different content creators disparaging and calling out and hurting other content creators. And then literally nothing to do with the actual, what the whole point is that we believe that this is corruption in Canton. Even those of us that don't live there, you are from Massachusetts. This is your home state. That hits home a lot differently to you. So emotions are going to run high for anyone who's from Massachusetts or from Canton or the Stoughton area. Those of us are all on the fringe who just care about calling out corruption and care about people and want to help people. We were all getting called out and badmouthed and being accused of not caring as much or caring. Well, of course, I'm not going to care as much. I'm not from Massachusetts. If this was happening in Wisconsin or in Florida, my care level would probably be a little bit higher. That's only natural. That's only human nature. But everything just, to me, was like a dumpster fire from November until January, early February, with all this infighting on both sides and the name calling and the disparaging and the lying. And it became its own side circus, separate and apart from the corruption and Karen Read and John O'Keefe. It finally calmed down a little bit because people just stopped giving air to the bad characters and the bad, people that just love to spread drama and gossip. People just stopped paying attention to them. And then it kind of calmed itself. But there's still a lot of hurt feelings out there.
Well, it didn't really calm itself. It just kind of went away and went into different avenues. I mean, there was the big split with the Canton and the free Karen Read, like, like Sean had his, like, I don't even want to call it a meltdown. Like, everyone looks at it was like, oh, it was, No Mercy Monday and he had his meltdown. Like, no. Sean basically just had it and was like, I'm sick and tired of you people over here. I'm sick and tired of the people over here who were supposed to, who come to me and say, hey, help me with this. Help me. And then go like, okay, thanks. I have your help. Oh, you need my help? Push you away And so he basically like had it officially and was like, now my eyes are open. I see what this is all about. I'm going to focus on what's important to me, which should be what's important to everybody else. And that's kind of been coming along. And I think people are starting to see it. Like people in Canton certainly start to see it. And that's kind of where the friction was. And then it was like, hey, there's going to be another trial. Let's do like we did last year. But the crowds aren't there. The fundraising's not there. The energy is not there. And it's like, what's going on? And then you put on top of the shit, like with the Tom CPU stuff, he did his standout the 24-hour standout, and people in Canton were like, hey, that's great. You want to do that? We want to support you, but good luck with that. We don't want you here to do that because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all these various reasons. And he basically told them, shut the fuck up. Your town's fucked up. I'm going to come to your town and fix it. I don't give a shit who wants me here or not. And said this on a live stream. So this isn't, me, whatever it is. He said this.
No, they said a lot of this on a lot of the craziness that was going on that you missed, Bert, and I'm grateful that you missed it.
Yeah,
it's not anything you wanted to be a part of, or
it would have been avoided.
It was like being in high school again.
Unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of it was incredibly unnecessary.
And it's still going. And it's still going. And he does the, oh, poor me, I'm a victim. No, it's your own making. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I stay out of it all now because of the small role that I had to play in it from November to January, because I was being badmouthed by another content creator for literally no reason whatsoever. And I had to stick up for myself and stick up for social change warriors. So it was not fun. But I'm glad it's over and done with. And I don't want to be in any of the side dramas anymore. I'll stick up for people if certain people start coming after someone that to me has done nothing wrong and is just trying to be helpful and try to share the message of free Karen Read and calling out corruption, and they're getting hammered by somebody for no reason, I will say something, because I'm not the kind of person just to hide in the shadows and let people get beat up and bullied. It's just not my nature. So if I see somebody getting bullied on here that's part of free Karen Read and has great intentions, I will say something about it. And I don't really give a crap who likes it or doesn't like it, because I think bullying at any age is incredibly despicable, and especially in our age groups, 40 to 60, 40 to 70, the main majority of age. I've been looking up the demographics of who follows all the big content creators that are covering Karen Read, and it's all really pretty much in that dynamic of demographic. I mean, of 40 to 60 something. So you're old enough to know better, and disparaging people by how they look, how they dress, the color of their hair, their nationality, their choice of who they love, that has nothing to do with the cases. And it has no place in supporting advocacy for victims of homicides, because that's exactly what we're doing at the end of the day. There's no place for that in my mind. For me, I don't want to be part of any of it. So, but I also won't just sit back and be quiet if somebody that I follow and that I respect on Twitter or on Facebook that are part of the movement are getting bullied and harassed. Then I'm going to say something about it. I'll say something right here on the live stream about it, or I'll tweet about it, because we have to stick up for people that are being, hurt by others for no reason.
I mean, I can think of so many better ways to spend energy. I mean, again, I'm disabled. I need to conserve as much energy as I can, and to waste time on bullshit like this.
Right.
What, for clicks? To do members only. Gotta do members only. Like,
oh my gosh, that was funny. You sounded so Bostonian there.
Well, that was supposed to be Tom CPU when he was talking about a year prior, when he was talking about like, oh, stop all the fuck because hey, we got to do members only streams because that's where the money comes in. Those are his words. He said it on a live stream. So
yeah, exactly. If they say it, then if they say it, it's fair game to be critiqued and talked about. If they put it on their live stream, that's their choice. So, all right, let's pop back to our, let's get our video here, and then we're going to be almost ready to call it for I can't believe another Friday Night Lies is almost in the history books. This is crazy. We could just stream every day, every night to keep up with this case now with all the junk that's going on that they're throwing at us. I just found this entire testimony here, and I don't know about you guys, but I just found this entire testimony and these videos like really eerie, knowing that they have just unalived John O'Keefe and he's somewhere in that house or in the garage, and now Higgins is over here at the TV doing something nefarious, and they're making phone calls, they're butt dialing each other, which we know they weren't. This part really freaks me out. This whole section. Really excellent cross.
Well, so we're up to 3 lies. Well, yeah, we're up to 3 lies that we could prove just by this video. It's and the waterfall video. It's that he didn't say goodbye to anybody, which I mean, he's clearly talking to somebody going like this and then going outside.
Right.
And there was he never called anybody that night, which you could see him on the phone twice. So that gets the 2 lies there.
Right.
And then he moved cars. Now, technically, he moved one like 2 inches forward.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what are you doing? He can't even pantomime the right way.
Right. Exactly. Olive, I just saw, oh, there she is. She says, Shauna said, that's true, Kat. I just hate all the drama. Yeah, it was just terrible. And I'd love to make a mini documentary of all the drama that went on, just so that people that weren't there could see what happened and then give us their opinion, but it wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah, MCAT, just watch Resistance to Silence. They're with boots on the ground in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Bert. One for all and all for one. Absolutely. That's when you're advocating for people that aren't here anymore, that were unalived. That's the only motto.
What happened? Are we frozen?
Yeah, guys, could this be a Ford Edge?
Where?
The car covered with snow parked right here in the front?
No, that's a Jeep.
Oh, that's a Jeep?
Yep.
This is a Jeep?
Yep.
The black car?
The one that's most close to us, right?
Yeah, this
Jeep. Yep, that's a Jeep.
What kind of Jeep?
Grand Cherokee.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, thank you. You're good. You're good. I'm always looking for the Ford Edge, because we know the Ford Edge exists because Lucky is not a liar. So I'm always looking when I see it. When I saw this first surveillance video, I was trying to see if there was see, Lucky said it was a light colored Ford Edge because he's colorblind. That was when he told us he's colorblind, that he only sees colors in light or dark. And he said that it was a light colored Ford Edge. So I'm still stunned that nobody has bothered to figure out whose light colored Ford Edge was parked in front of the house at approximately 3:30 in the morning. Because if you're anti-Karen Reed and you say it doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with anything, then you have to acknowledge that whoever pulled that Ford Edge up in front of 34 Fairview between 3:30 and 4 in the morning got out of the car. And if they got out of the car, that's a 14th person or a 13th person, wherever we are in our count, that didn't see John O'Keefe laying at the flagpole. And how is that possible that we add another person that was that up close and personal to the flagpole, literally parking just feet from it, that didn't see John O'Keefe laying there? So the only other explanation for the Ford Edge pulling up in 34 Fairview that Lucky saw was to come to the house for the oh shit moment, we accidentally killed John O'Keefe. And who would be driving a Ford Edge that would show up at 3:30 to 4 in the morning that would need to be there to help out their brother? It would have to be either Kevin Albert or Brian Albert. I mean, Chris Albert, because Brian Albert's already there. And we don't know where Higgins is anymore by 3:30, 4 o'clock. He says he went home eventually, which who knows where he went. But I think that the only logical explanation of who would be driving a Ford Edge over to Brian Albert's house at 3:30 in the morning is another Albert. I don't know what you guys think, but that's just my opinion. I've always thought it was either Kevin or Chris Albert's Ford Edge parked in front.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things. I mean, we could speculate all day long, and that's what it's gonna do. But something interesting. So when Higgy does all of this, he goes over to the car on the truck on the left, which is like a gray colored pickup, and John Camo showed. I think it was either later in the day or I think it was earlier in the day. He showed dash cam of a cruiser coming out of Canton PD. And it shows Higgy's trucks and the pickup with like the cab in the back is gray and colored. So Higgy goes over to it and it looks like he has a bag with them. Now he stayed, I guess they stayed overnight in New York, right? Was
the night before? They went up the night before the funeral and then came back right after the funeral.
Yeah, I think so. So they stayed over in New York City. Now Higgy has sleep apnea, so he has a CPAP machine that I guess connects to the internet. And one of the things that I've heard a bunch is, well, Higgy couldn't have been there because he was at his home, because that night he was connected to a CPAP machine because that registers with the internet. Well, if he stayed overnight and we're assuming had his CPAP machine to sleep, he would have had his CPAP machine in one of his vehicles because he didn't, I guess he didn't go home. He just went to do stuff like this. So he would have had a CPAP machine with him.
Wow. Good catch. I would have never thought about that, especially if he absolutely has to have it.
Well, and I think that was, I don't know if it came up at trial or it came up in like pre-trial talking about stuff like, oh, well, he had a machine and it came up because it registered with the wireless or like he logged into it. But if he had it himself, I guess he didn't need to go back to West Roxbury to his apartment to hook up to his machine and go somewhere else. So that reading might be not erroneous, but that might not be a true and accurate representation of sleeping that night in West Roxbury.
So this is interesting. Hey, Clean Sergeant, you are saying this would never happened in Boston, Suffolk County.
I don't know about that.
Julie, are you in Suffolk County?
No. Well, that's what Boston is. So I grew up in Suffolk County.
That's what I thought. Yeah, but you don't live in Suffolk County now, but that's where you grew up.
Yep.
Yeah. So Clean Sergeant, let us know. And I love that handle. Let us know. Welcome, by the way. Great to have you in our live chat. Appreciate you. So Shauna says, right, Clean. I bet it wouldn't. Yannetti probably has never dealt with this bizarre court system in Dedham. So what they're talking about is Judge Bev, right? Because you guys were chit-chatting a little bit while Shauna and I were chit-chatting, talking about the buffer zone and what happened today in court. Shauna said something. So I'm guessing that's what you're talking about, right? Oh, okay. MCAT Ford Edge is at 34 Fairview in the driveway. Yeah, but that's a dark Ford Edge though. And Lucky was very specific. I'll bring his testimony up from, we never got around to Lucky when we were redoing trial 1 because we ran out of time, but I'll bring up his testimony for next week. And I'm positive that that's when he told us that he was colorblind, because I think who crossed Lucky, was it Yannetti? Not Cross.
No, I think it was Alan. Yeah,
it would have been Jackson. Was it Jackson? Because that's when he brought up that he was colorblind, because Jackson must have said, do you know what color the Ford Edge was? And he said it was light in color. And then that's when he said, I know this because I'm colorblind, so I can only see dark or light. So MCAT says Kevin or Chris. Yeah, that's what I think. But isn't it interesting how so many of them? I mean, Brian Albert had a Ford Edge. Chris Albert, we know, had a Ford Edge. I thought I heard Kevin Albert had a Ford Edge. And then, oh, I see what you're saying. No, Karen has the
effing dream team.
The effing, yeah, well, that's for sure. She absolutely does. And more power to her, because when you get framed by police and governments involved, you have to have a dream team. Can you imagine just like some poor schmuck like me getting framed? Where am I going to get the money to raise enough money for a decent lawyer? And the world's not going to come out of nowhere to support me. This is a rare phenomenon that the entire world is watching the Karen Read, John O'Keefe. I mean, it might not ever happen again, guys. I mean, it hasn't happened since OJ, and we've had court TV forever and ever. And there has been no trial that has ever received the attention that OJ did, and that now Karen Read and John O'Keefe have. It's really mind-boggling. So you don't like Yannetti? Is that what I'm getting from you, Clean?
I think that's supposed to read David is a class act. I'm hoping that's what that means.
Oh, a class act or a class ass?
I don't think he's a class ass.
No, I don't think so. I know how it goes when you try to type in these chat boxes. I always end up saying, gosh, dang it all, why did I hit the send? And then it's not very forgiving. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but when you're sharing in these chat boxes, the live streams, if you type something wrong, you can't always go back and see everything you wrote. It's really weird. So you literally have to like superly take your time when you type in my friend zone and our chat box. Yannetti is my favorite, Shauna says, but I love them all. Yeah, Yannetti is unique. He really truly is unique, and he seems like a very nice man. I mean, just from what we've learned of him.
David's a good guy.
Yeah. All right. Let us. What are we going to do with Higgins? So we did not watch Higgins' testimony from last trial because we ran out of time. But I definitely want us to watch a little bit of Higgins before he gets on the stand again. So then we can clip some of and be prepared to show the difference in his testimony. Flippin' Higgins. Yeah.
They absolutely need to call him.
Oh yeah. They have to. They absolutely have to call him. I mean, it's too much. They have to.
There's so all right, so they went over the schedule this week, and it's 3.5 days next week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a half day on Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. And Hank said that what's his face? The guy from was it Dr. Welcher, the guy who's their reconstructionist?
Oh yeah.
Who I'm assuming is going to be their very last witness.
Right.
He said it's either going to go at the end of next week, so like Thursday, or he said by the latest Tuesday, like the following Tuesday. So we have about like a week of like actual time. So I'm trying to think, like, who else is he going to put on the stand? He has the neurologist who didn't wear sleeves last time and had tattoos, then has their neurologist. The neurologist that they got from Miami.
Right.
Then who else do you put on the stand? Do you call, but like, oh God, do you call Trooper Paul just to like say like, hey, did you do stuff? Okay, bye.
Well, you know what though? It's like, how do you not call Trooper Paul? He was their accident reconstructionist for trial 1 that ended in a hung jury. So how do you not call Trooper Paul so this new jury can hear about the audacity of Trooper Paul? You almost have to call him. I don't know how you don't.
What, from the defense side or from the
the defense? Oh no, the prosecution's not going to call.
They're going to stay as fuck away from the.
No. I think you've got to call him from the defense side, because his insanity and what he used. I honestly felt sorry for him the first trial, only because I think they set him up in a way to take the fall, and they had they had no one else, they had no one else that would be willing to do what they did to that kid. Cause he's not a very old guy. He's a young guy. And so I think they purposely, the powers that be, I don't think he was in on any of this. I don't think he knew anything about any of this.
I think that they just gave him a task and
they gave him a task and said, yeah, it's like what you were saying earlier when you quoted your grandpa.
Yep.
And that's worth hearing again. Tell us what you said about what your grandpa said.
So in the service, in the enlisted ranks, it's yours is not to question why, yours is but to do and die. Meaning you take orders and you keep your mouth shut.
Exactly.
You're not supposed to think.
MCAT is being her funny self. The later it gets, the funnier she gets. On the menu at Brokeback Mountain Resort, grab ass.
Yep. Well, the Heimlich. Remember the Heimlich.
I just don't think I don't know how any trial will ever like match this one. I don't know. But I got to tell you though, I've been following the travesty in Idaho with the 4 college kids, as they call them, the Idaho 4, and the Brian Kohlberger. And there's some scary stuff going on in Idaho with the drug cartel. And there is some surveillance video that some of these streamers have put up that it's obvious there was more than one Elantra driving around that neighborhood that night, which is really spooky. And I don't know, guys, I think that this could end up rivaling the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, possibly, when this thing goes to trial. I think there's going to be surprises coming out of every corner. And I think there'll be people lying on the witness stand. And I don't know. I think it's going to be something to see. Okay, let's finish our video because we're getting close to our witching hour. So, and my back is screaming at me. So let's finish this up and then we'll end the night. Is it playing for you guys?
No.
Okay, hang tight. It's just.
All right, now it is.
There it is. It was slow to recover. Can you guys hear it?
No. But there might not be sound at this point.
Can you hear it now? You can't hear it?
I mean, I could see the video playing, but I don't think there's any sound at this point. I think it's just 10 minutes of
there's sound right now. You can't hear it? Yeah. Hang on. Sometimes when you run these for a while, when you screen share it, let me go to a different tab a second.
Can anybody else hear it?
Because sometimes we can lose audio. So let me just click stop sharing, because sometimes we can lose audio when you've been on a screen share for a long time. It happens with StreamYard once in a while. Let me go stop it now in my other tab. Hang on a second. There we go. Well, there's not that much more left on this anyway. I'd rather play. MCAT's cracking me up with this stuff. Yeah, it's like super late on the East Coast. I'm in Central Time right now because I'm still in Wisconsin. But let's end our night with what you gave me to share with everybody that you put up in the private chat earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's end our night with that. So while I get that up to the screen, because it's going to take me a second, I'm just curious if you want to share with everybody your thoughts of today. I'm still playing catch up from today because I had my MRI at 2:00. So I'm behind all of you. So if you just want to give everybody the lowdown of what you thought of today, and then we'll have to finish talking about today next week. Since next week's only 3.5 days, that'll be great because that'll give us time to catch up on Friday Night Lives on today and then on the 3 days coming up next week.
Yeah. So like I was just trying to think. I just for that, like I was trying to think, who else are they going to get to for witnesses? I mean, like, okay, they're going to have the neurologist come talk. That might be a day for the two of them. Then I guess I don't know who else. And then you'd have the accident reconstructionist. I mean, is he going to talk? I mean, like you were saying, like if he didn't get it until later in the week, Like, who the hell else are you going to bring? Are you going to bring more people to come up and talk? I mean, I don't think he's going to bring Natalie up at this point, but I mean, who knows? But anyways, so today in court, they had 2 scientists at the Mass State Police. They're both qualified. They both did a great job. David talked to both of them, and it was fantastic. I think one was Lally, one was Hank. Maybe they were both Lally. I don't know, but it was pretty quick. So it was the DNA guy who got up there and said, "Yep, we did swabs, and we did Officer John O'Keefe's clothing, we did his shoes, and we did this and we did that." They did his shoes, they did the taillight, they did all the samples from that, and he said within ridiculous amount of certainty there was Officer John O'Keefe, and in a couple places it was Officer John O'Keefe and 2 unknown male DNA. And David got up there, and again, this is why I love David. It was nice, clean, clear, and quick, right to the point. He made the point by saying, these were collected by Trooper Proctor. Did you check Trooper Proctor on Yuri's test? Did you test the DNA to see if it was them? Okay, so it wasn't any of these guys. Was it this guy? Was it this guy? Was it this guy? Was it this guy? And Bev sustained a whole bunch of them, but basically made this guy say there was unknown male DNA. Who do you know if it was Trooper Proctor? Do you know if it was Kevin Albert? Do you know if it was Brian Higgins? Do you know if it was Brian Albert? Do you know if it was this one? Do you know if it was that one? And they would object. Bev would let some of it in. And every single time he said, I don't know, it could have been anybody. And he basically said, did they tell you to find this person's DNA? Did they give you samples to test? Did they give you this person's DNA to test? Did they give you that person's DNA to test? And basically said, no, it could be anybody. Now, it should have been cleared up saying that, no, it couldn't be anybody. It could be any person with male DNA who's not related to Officer John O'Keefe. But they didn't do that. But David was clear. And that was basically the gist of it, saying like, hey, they have unknown DNA that was found on his shirt, that was found on his shoe, and was found I think, somewhere else. And they don't know who it is. And nobody told them to find out who this was. And then the second person was a reconstructionist who put the taillight together. And David basically did the same thing, saying, hey, did you know that this taillight sat with Trooper Proctor for 6 weeks? Did you know that this happened here? Can you see this person's name? And basically kept saying Trooper Proctor had everything to do with this step. Also, what happened in court today, and we'll see this in the video, is that Bev got up at the beginning of I keep wanting to call it church because it feels like we're going to church, but at the beginning of court today, she got up and she said, "Good morning, jurors. So I noticed that some of you guys giggle a little bit. Can we not giggle so much, okay? We don't want to be ditzy girls and giggles, okay? So let's just be mindful and not giggle, okay? Okay, let's go to sidebar." And so basically, there have been a couple of people on the jury who have been giggling, and court officers come over and kind of like shush them and quiet them. But Bev kind of went up and was like, hey, stop. We're at a murder trial. You got to pay attention to what's going on. So please do that. So
thank you. That helped me a lot. Now I can kind of just surf through what I want to listen to.
Well,
I just wanted to catch up with the chat a little bit with our friend zone. Shauna says, it's the point though, that they just can't believe it. Karen Reed would call her mother late. Why wouldn't she? Absolutely. I've always thought that from the beginning that the antis will pick on any little thing that they can to make Karen look guilty. And then Clean says, OMG, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then I agree. And then he says, he or she says, I can call my mom, dad 24/7. Me too. My dad has passed, but I can call my mom 24/7. She can call me 24/7. My sister, my sons, my very dear friends, 24/7, because that's how we roll. And there's no reason why the antis would have to say that other than to try to disparage her and make her feel guilty, make her look guilty. I mean, make her look bad out into the real world, all these people. Jennifer Koffendorfer has been on a roll the last few days. I typically ignore her. I'm lucky that she's never blocked me because I do clap back at her quite a bit, but I try to do it respectfully so that she doesn't block me because I want to see what she's up to. And I'll end the night showing you on my Twitter X feed what she put up today. It was utterly despicable. And I'll show it to you before we say goodnight, because I hope she took it down, because I wrote her and said, this is the worst post I've ever seen you make. I can't believe that you would put this up. all in the name of trying to defame Karen Reed. It took anybody that still follows her because of the good work that she does do for people that are missing and for children. She really did not do herself a good service today with that post. So I'll show it to you guys before we leave. It's just terrible. I don't know.
She was talking about Hustler magazine the other day.
It's Friday. Maybe she was day drinking. I mean, I don't know what other excuse
about that
for putting up such a terrible post. But anyway, let's get to your to this episode that you're sharing with us. Thank you for finding it.
Thank you. You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall.
Oh shit! Is this the wrong one?
Is this the right one?
For
no. Hang on. What? Oh,
that is it. We showed this one last week, didn't we?
I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah.
No worries. There's so many.
I grabbed it. Yeah.
There's so many things we're looking at. So MCAT says she'll get into the Kohlberger trial with me. I appreciate that. Kohlberger DNA was taken from his garbage can. Easy to get McAlbert's DNA. They all eat the mediocre chicken parm and throw half of it out. Exactly.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay. All right. Try that one.
Okay. Thank you.
Same time.
And Clean says, all in forever, former kid. Aw. Shauna says, my son calls late sometimes, but he has a day job. Haha. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my youngest son works nights. My oldest son used to work this weirdest schedule where he would go to work at 2 p.m. when he was driving fuel tankers, and then he would get off like 12 hours later. 10 hours later. It was just such a weird schedule. And then my youngest son was working nights. So they both had crazy schedules, but I'm a night owl, obviously, proof in the fact that I live stream at night, late at night. But okay, let's go grab what you just sent me, right? Is this it here? Yeah. Wait, which one would it be? Yeah, that one.
The one on the bottom.
Catherine. Oh, wait, the one on the bottom?
Or the second one.
Oh, yeah, got it. Okay, I got it. Hang on. I have to pause. Oops. Pause. Okay, now I've got it paused. Now I need to go back to share the screen. Present. Share the screen. Here we go. Which one is it though? Now I got to go find it again up here on my rack of a gazillion tabs that I have open.
So after today, when Bev dismissed the jury and basically gave her ruling about and said like, oh, it doesn't matter what happened. I'm going to let them do whatever they want, and you could do this, and basically she basically said that she's going to give the prosecution 2 bites at the apple, which is what I thought was going to happen. Like she's going to make the defense present their case and then have the prosecution present or like represent their case, which makes no sense because they're the prosecution. And I don't know if Breenan understands that, but he's not the defense of the defense. He's the prosecution. He's supposed to have a case, but whatever.
Right.
So I went and I was like, all right, let me find people's reactions. So I saw Betterow. Betterow said, oh, this is absurd. We should do a mistrial. Then I was watching at the in the attic, and
Julie, is this the right one? Is this what it looks like when it starts?
Yes, yeah. It's
okay,
yep, because that
okay.
was today. Yep, and it's 8 minutes 20 seconds.
Okay. And do I start it at the beginning?
Nope, go to 8 minutes 20 seconds.
Go to 8 minutes. It's not 8 minutes long. You want me to go to 8 minutes. Got it.
It's about 7-8 minutes long, but it's at 8 minutes. Or like approximately. Yeah.
I'll just start it here.
So this is Canton Confidential. So this is Sue O'Connell, who's been in the
Yeah, I've watched this before. So you want me to start it right at 8 minutes?
Yes, yeah, around there.
Okay. All righty.
had cameras on their cell phones. Back when our phones started tracking
they're
us
talking
through
about
GPS
CSI
where
and
we are.
DNA.
There's just as much reasonable doubt today as there was in the 1970s when you could get in your AMC Gremlin and just disappear into the night and no one knew where you were.
Well,
Well,
my packages are still getting stolen off my front porch.
There,
And not,
see?
you know.
Let me add one other thing to this conversation. It's about the chain of custody of the evidence, because Michael
Thank
Proctor's
you.
name came up repeatedly. Ashley Valliere did have to say that at some point, Michael Proctor dropped off the taillight pieces, and 6 weeks after the event brought in John O'Keefe's clothing. It's another way that Michael Proctor's name is being evoked here, and I think for a specific purpose.
Right, but they still don't know who Michael Proctor is, right? I mean, if we assume that they're on the jury and they haven't made up their minds, they might have read or heard something, they might know. They don't know why he is in such conflict here, why everyone wants to know about Michael Proctor. So it is kind of interesting. Every time his name gets entered and gets mentioned, they write it down, and it's almost like they're waiting to see where this is all going to connect when they deliberate.
So, Judge, is the questions about law enforcement raising the specter of reasonable doubt for the defense?
Oh, I'll go with the conventional wisdom. Criminal cases are totally unpredictable. I could easily see a total acquittal, or I could see something in between. It does seem to be a massive overcharge, though. So I wouldn't necessarily be predicting a conviction on all three charges.
Okay, Danny, let's dig deeper into the contentious courtroom back and forth today between the prosecution and the defense. The defense argued against an amended report from the prosecution's accident reconstruction experts. Take a listen.
At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did.
And now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been.
All of this happened away from the jury and focused on the Commonwealth's timeline for the alleged motor vehicle strike. The defense expressed concerns that a sequestration order was broken by one of those experts. Ultimately, Judge Cannoni ruled against the defense. Here's part of her ruling.
The defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination. But if after the direct you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well.
So a prosecution expert is going to slightly change their findings ahead of testimony. This made the defense very upset. What do you think about the judge's ruling?
Yeah, a lot of folks are probably watching thinking there was already a first trial. Here we are a year later, there's another trial. And you're telling me that there's new information that the experts are determining mid-trial. But the reality is, and Judge, you can probably speak to this, surprises come out during trial all the time, even in a retrial like this. And if I'm the defense, and I am a defense attorney, so take what I say with a block of salt, that I would be none too pleased. You're supposed to have expert disclosures. You're supposed to understand what experts are going to say before they take the stand, because what they testify about is so complicated.
Right.
You need your own expert to review it and rebut it. So if they are changing their position, that is something you have to object to. You have to make a record. And by the way, you might already have a large appealable issue there, even though it didn't go the defense's way. And the last thing I'd say is that if Judge Cannoni keeps her promise that she will allow cross-examination, extensive cross-examination, then great. But in my opinion, she has frequently curtailed the defense's cross-examination. And by the way, reasonable minds can differ on this, but I think she's been very quick to sustain objections against the defense.
Judge, I know you'll have something to say about this, but let me put this viewer question up because I think you can address Michelle's question directly. After what happened in court, how can this be a fair trial allowing the timeline to be changed halfway through the trial? Brennan is saying it is not changing, but it is, says Michelle. What's your view on how Judge Cannoni has handled this whole issue around the timeline?
Yes,
this whole
Vermont.
issue, she's handled
Rule
absolutely
14
perfectly.
violation.
And people don't really understand. It's a careful legal analysis. It is notice to the defendant versus the search for the truth. The nature of the change is minor. So the search for the truth wins out, which is that they can add or modify their opinion, which is actually what's going on, not the report. The report's just a way of encapsulating what is going on. She is the right decision, and if she had done the opposite for technical legal reasons, she would not have been reversed, but she might have been criticized by the Supreme Judicial Court. And that judge and every judge works for the Supreme Judicial Court. Perfectly handled on this complicated issue. I'm glad to explain it more, but I don't think you want
he's
that.
got the
Well,
hot
Sue,
foot
let me
now.
just ask you, if we go to Danny's point that she keeps her promise about allowing extra leeway on cross-examination, these defense attorneys are very effective at cross-examination.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the problem is for them, and I underscore what you both said, is that they just have to, they made a plan, and now it's a little bit different, and the seconds make difference. I also want to point out, though, and you'll affirm or deny this, lawyers get along all the time. If they're not getting along, it's not because of the case, it's because of their personal issues between each other. These lawyers were all talking to each other this morning and laughing and backpacking, and now they're out there fighting for their case. So,
But they both want to win.
Yep.
Before we go to break, we want to take a moment to remember John O'Keefe, the victim in this case. The Braintree native was a Boston police officer who became the legal guardian of his niece and nephew after the children lost both of their parents to illness. You're watching Canton Confidential, the Karen Reed murder trial.
Poor bastard.
Don't miss any of the Karen Reed murder trial. Get the full.
Thanks, Shauna. There we go. Thanks for sharing that with us. That was great. I watch them occasionally. Sometimes I get irritated with who they have on there, but so in the chat box, it is confirmed. It is confirmed that that judge loves Judge Bev. He defends her every episode. So obviously everyone who watches knows that he is going to be in defense of her no matter what she does. So right or wrong. And then, so Clean says, bah, Danny Bev is a hot mess. She sure is. She sure is. It's unbelievable. Vermont Breadsmith is still alive and well. This hack is defending Bev. It's not minor to the defense. Exactly. And then what they said, I thought at the end was quite callous. They both want to win. This is a man's life that was lost in his prime. This is a woman's life that has been lost now for almost 3.5 years in her prime because she's been technically on bail, and any little thing she does could put her in jail. And she could go to jail for 20 years. I mean, I didn't like the way they ended that by saying, yeah, the lawyers just want to win. That's kind of sad. And I'm sure there's some truth to it because it's their job, and those that go into trial law have a competitive nature, or they wouldn't go into trial law. So I understand that to a point, but I mean, these are people's real lives. This is not fiction. This is not a movie script. It seems like fiction, right? A lot of the time with what we're seeing here, with all of the crazy lies that are being told on the stand, and they expect all of us to swallow it. And it just keeps getting more bizarre by the day with this little trick that Hanky Panky is pulling with the time that he was actually hit. Now, what I would like to see happen, and I hope it does, I hope that they recall Jennifer McCabe, because her whole storyline of when the car pulled up and I'm peeking out the window and I'm so concerned about where Karen and John are, but I never went outside because I don't want to get my precious feet wet. How many of us, if we were at an after bar party and we invited a couple back who'd never been to our sister's house before, are going to just keep peeking out the window and texting stupid things? Here, pull behind me. Where'd you go? We're going to walk out the fucking door and we're going to go up to the car and say, hey, you coming in or not? That's what normal people would have done. That's what, to me, makes it even more clear and more suspicious and obvious that was all, Jennifer McCabe doing what she does best, which is lie.
I hope that they call, I hope that they recall too, but one thing that I didn't exactly fully understand, like again, like I was looking at like people's reactions to like what happened today and was like, oh, okay, well this is kind of a big deal, but I guess kind of sort of maybe like it kind of seemed like the defense went a little too far. So like, well, like maybe I'm not seeing something because I look at the timeline and was like, this might actually help because it shows like, okay, did it happen instantaneously? Did he just get like because what they're basically saying is that his phone stopped moving, she disconnected from the Bluetooth, and and like that's supposedly when everything happened all at the same time. That's not how things work. So he got struck and stopped moving, but all that happened instantaneously. No, if he supposedly got struck, it's going to take time for things to look like it's just going to be on a delay. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, but I'm looking at it differently. So Melanie, I know Melanie lost her mind today. It was like, this is bullshit, fuck this judge. Well, she didn't say fuck this judge, but she got pretty damn close.
Close to saying it, yeah. And she doesn't swear. So if she was close to swear,
today she absolutely did. She's like, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. She kept saying bullshit. It was like losing her mind. She's like, this needs to be she said this needs to be a mistrial. This should have stopped immediately. This is grounds for a new trial. Like, you could stop all this. Like, you can't, like, you're not even gonna do a voir dire. This is crap. He's giving them everything. Like,
thanks for saying that, because
losing her mind.
How dare she, hey Julie, how dare she make the defense do voir dire after voir dire after voir dire and not have a voir dire for this? This was a perfect example of why you would want to do one, right?
That's and that was basically like the reason why I kept holding on to and still hold on to like the experiments I did in the cold, because I'm like, well, what if Bev stops his trial to give Brandon more time to do all this? Like, if he just bitches and stomps his feet saying, hey, they didn't give us stuff, and now all of a sudden they're giving us stuff, we need time to rebut because we need to make our case. You should have already had your case done. You're the prosecution. So I was like, all right, Bev might like stop this. And so yesterday I was like, oh, well, if we do a break, like we'll do a break and then we'll give time and then we'll go from there. It's like, okay, well, at least we're going to announce it. We're not going to go forward and then like see how things go. And then today happened. It was like, okay, well, that's what's going to happen. And so Melanie lost her mind. And so she was basically saying, like, if you recall witnesses, that looks bad to the jury. Now, I looked at it and said, again, I'm not a lawyer. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. If you recall a witness, the jury doesn't know. They're just looking like, oh, you're going to call this guy again. Like, let's talk to him from this angle. Like, they don't know how courtroom dynamics work. So then I went to Emily, and Emily was, again, shocked, but not as much as like everybody else. She was like, okay, so they're doing this. It's not appropriate. But then she also said they're not doing a mistrial because the defense didn't ask for a mistrial because they made good points and they're making good headway. The reason why they asked for a voir dire was to give them a chance to look, because they want to continue with trial because they believe that they're making a case and that they've had good moments and that this wouldn't like totally derail the case. But also this keeps an appeal open as well. Like this definitely be overturned on appeal if you go that far. But it looks like they went pretty good with that. And I saw
I've seen a couple lawyers
like, everybody else is like freaking out, like, oh my God, she's so corrupt, this and that. I'm like, this seems like this could help, because if you recall Jennifer McCabe, like they like Hank called her what, I think the fifth witness or something like that. And that was, I mean, if we go forward in time, that's going to be what, 6 weeks into the trial. You recall Jennifer McCabe and talk about all this other stuff again. That might actually be a win. So
I think so. I would love to see her recalled. So Shauna says prosecution
wicked nefarious.
Prosecution should want truth, and Karen Reed constitutional rights. Seen Karen Reed teams only cares about scenes. It's only the Karen Reed. Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, the prosecution, they're there to obviously uphold the law and convict the right person and not put the wrong person in jail. So that's why it seemed extra callous to me at the end, where they talked about the attorneys just wanting to win, because that's not what this is about. This is not a game. This is not a football game or a basketball game. Most of us on here are big sports fans and we talk sports a lot when it's happening, but this is not a game. This is real life. This is not a play script or a movie script. These are people's real lives and their families' real lives. And the prosecution no matter what, should always want the truth. They should always want to get the bad guys. And I was saying tonight on my earlier live stream, my emergency live stream for my Sarah Ebersol case in Florida, that we had to have an emergency live stream because something dark and terrible happened yesterday. And I'm still working out the dynamics of it. But when the bad guys get away with stuff for a long time, because there's not enough evidence to arrest them. There's not enough evidence to arrest them and take them to a jury trial that is winnable, because those are supposed to be the parameters of how you arrest someone. Is you have evidence, you have probable cause. Then it goes to the DA, and the DA chooses to prosecute or not prosecute. Do I have enough for a jury to say this person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and in Massachusetts beyond moral certainty? And in a lot of cases, they can't take it, even though arrest is made, they don't take it to trial. That's what happened with Suzanne Morphew, husband Barry Morphew. They arrested him before they ever found her body because they had a lot of evidence in the house against him. But unfortunately, when the DA looked at it all with no body recovered, they didn't feel it could go through a jury, and then he would be cleared, he would be acquitted, and then you can't bring him back. So then they thought, well, when and if we do find her body and then there's more evidence, we'll just arrest him again then. Well, they did find her body after they released him. About a year after they released him, they found her body accidentally. They were looking for a different person, but they still haven't rearrested him yet. And it's very terrible for her family and those that believe. Now, his daughters believe that he's innocent, but let me tell you, I've studied the case. I've live streamed about it. There's no way. There's just nobody else that could have done this to her. And it's a very baffling case. So I'll be doing some more live streams about Suzanne Morphew down the road. But when the bad guys are out there getting away with it for a long time, like Brian Albert, he's gotten away with his behavior his whole life, and he never got fired. He's got to be on the TV show. He got promotions. He's got a great retirement, because they become like very cocky almost. And at some point, they usually screw up at some point. And I think this was Brian Albert's screw up point, where they had something that they were not happy about John O'Keefe. They were having issues with him for some reason. I don't know if we're ever going to find out what they are, but I don't believe for a second that was all about Higgy. I just can't. I just don't see it. I don't see the Karen thing causing that much of an issue, and having all these people from the Alberts and the McCabe's trying to say Colin wasn't there. He got picked up in 1210. The guy never came in the house. I don't see them doing all that for Brian Higgins independently, like that Brian Higgins struck John by himself and caused John's head injury. But that's just my opinion. I think that John was uncovering something that he either wasn't supposed to uncover, or came upon something that they didn't want him to know. I don't know for sure, but I really do have a gut feeling that this was the Alberts not happy with John, and they wanted to have a talk with him. And then the talk got messed up and went very south because of all the alcohol that they had consumed that day. I don't know for sure, but that's just my take on it. I'm never really gonna understand all of it anyway. When you think about it, if it went down like we think it went down, you would think that the instincts of two cops would have been to do the right thing. You would think that the instincts of two wives, three wives, however, if Julie Albert knows or doesn't know, who knows, but Nicole obviously knows what happened in that house. Jen McCabe knows what happened in that house. How is it that I can see in some way why the anti-Karen Read side is saying there's no way they did this. There's no way they colluded like this, because one of them would have said, let's get ourselves together here, and slapped faces and poured cold water and said, we need to call the police. We need to make this right. It is hard to believe that many people just fell in line and covered it up. Just plain devil's advocate, right?
I mean, we're never going to know. I mean, the one thing that I can say is, I mean, have you ever been around people who have had a lot of alcohol? I mean, I grew up in, again,
I think we all have.
I grew up in Boston. I didn't grow up around people like this. I grew up around Italians who, you know, we're very, you know, spicy, I guess you call it. And I grew up on the water and around boats, and we were part of a marina. And the marina was basically like a drinking club, and people would drink and pass out and walk down the marina and the gangway and go in their boats and basically sleep it off. And there were many a nights or many of like early evenings where you like would like walk up to, you know, go to your car, and people would be screaming, yelling, ranting and raving, you know, F this, F that, you know, call you everything but a child of God. And it was like, oh boy, it looks like so-and-so is fighting. And, you know, like who has broken windows, who has this, who's telling you, I'm going to give you a Sicilian necktie, I'm going to, you know, all death threats, whatever it is. And then you would see them Sunday morning making breakfast for one another. So it's like, wait a minute, you guys were basically like at blows. Like you would see people get into fist fights, like break things, bleed, and then like be the best of friends. But in that moment, were they making the best decisions? No, they were literally threatening people. So like you could turn around and say, well, but they're all cops, they're highly trained. You really think that this would happen, that this would happen like this? You would think that they would mastermind and put that together, that this or that? No, but you add a shit ton of alcohol on it. Like you add a whole shit ton of this stuff right here. Pour this in the party. Here comes Mr. Jameson and a bad decision. Let's go make some bad decisions. Woo! Let's take all that training and throw it out the window and say, oh shit, now what do we do? And I mean, we just saw the video of Higgy walking down the hallway. He was doing this.
Yeah.
So
hey, speaking of the video, that's a good segue to end our night. There was a lot of speculation based on how grainy, you know, those surveillance cameras are just terrible. They make things look darker than they are or lighter than they are. They blur your features of your face. They're really horrible. But there was a lot of speculation when that showed that as he was coming down the hall, even I was kind of stunned for a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not Higgins, that's Albert. Because as he was coming down the hall towards us, the face looked too thin for me to be Higgins. I mean, Higgins had a lot of extra right on the sides of his face. And that particular shot angle when he was coming down the hall and the nose looked longer. And so I'm pulling up pictures of Brian Albert trying to compare, and other people were putting up side by side comparisons. And that's why I put the thumbnail for us for tonight, the two faces and then the one in the middle of the guy coming down the hall, because even for a few minutes I was kind of like, maybe that isn't Brian Higgins. Maybe Brian Albert went to the police department. And then you couldn't really tell if the sweatshirt had been changed or not, because the Harley Davidson logo looked different. And people were taking close-ups of the sweatshirts and showing that there was a line underneath that you could see very clearly at the waterfall, but then you couldn't see it at all on the sweatshirt at the CPD. So people were zooming in on that. And I thought it was interesting and engaging, and people were just making theories, because when you are interested in true crime, that's what you do. You know, we're not family members of the Alberts or the McCabe's or Karen Reed or John O'Keefe. We're just outsiders watching true crime unfold right before our eyes. So I don't see anything wrong with people putting theories out there and just talking back and forth. And a lot of people that are on social media were making little comments. One person told all of us that we're theorizing and engaging in very civil conversations about it to shut the fuck up. And I was like, whoa, wow, who made you Twitter police? Who told you that you're in charge of telling all of us little minions that we can't have theories, that we can't discuss the case without your permission? We can't discuss the case without the heads of Free Karen Reed telling us when and when we can talk about something. We can't hurt the case. We're not even close to anywhere where we can hurt the case. It's in trial. Number two, only the jury can decide this case. So I thought that was a little bit over the top. I didn't see anything wrong with people venting out their theories and giving ideas about the sweatshirt and the shoes and him coming down the hall and not really looking like Higgins. But that is just my opinion. So guys, I am still in Wisconsin in my mother's house, and I am being ordered off the internet. So I have to close out for tonight, but thank you, everybody that joined us in the live Friend Zone chat. I really enjoy your conversations. I love all your questions and the comments that you put up, your opinions, your theories. I hope someday that this case can be solved, because for me, it's a cold case right now because Karen Read did not hit John O'Keefe with her car. We have no clear evidence. We have no blood, no DNA, no fiber, no threads, no nothing to even arrest the party goers at 34 Fairview that we believe were involved in this fight. So it's really sad to me, and I don't know how they're going to get justice for John O'Keefe, but it starts with freeing Karen Read, because putting an innocent person in jail for a crime she didn't commit is a travesty, and it happens too much in our country. We have to get better. We have I'm very concerned about how we do juries, right? Where anybody is called for jury duty. And after Aiden interviewed the juror, that was really something to me. Like, it scares me that what if one of us got accused of something we didn't do? And what if one of us had to go to trial and there are 12 of our peers and they're not really listening half the time, or they're not paying attention, or they're taking something completely wrong and they're using that to decide our fate. They're using that to decide if we go to jail for 20 to 25 years or potentially the rest of our life, depending on how old we are. This whole Karen Read trial went into, I have grave concerns now for how we do the jury. And I really do believe that we should all be forced to like take a class on how to be a juror, or you should have to have taken one at some point in your life before you can even be a juror or be called. Because I guess he said something today, didn't he, on a news program or something, that if he had seen those clips of Karen Read's interviews, he would have probably voted guilty.
Yep, I saw that.
Just based on those clips. You're not listening to all the other evidence. You're not listening to all of the other just ridiculous, reasonable doubt in this case. So that did concern me a little bit today. But this whole week has been sort of surreal and crazy, and who knows what we're going to get next week. But we will be back next Friday night for Friday Night Lies. Julie, craziest person on earth, and Julie Nagel Blob, and all of us that show up in the live chat. I thank you so much. You guys are great. I really appreciate you, and I loved conversing with you on Fridays. And for those of you that are new to Social Change Warriors, thank you so much. Please subscribe, and if you can, leave us a comment on the replay. I love hearing what you guys have to say on the replay. And you can always email me. I'm going to type it in the chat box here, actt@msw@gmail.com. So ACT stands for my little acronym for my team, the Agents of Change. Hang on a second. Whoops, I got to put the other T in there. ACTD, Agents of Change Tactical Team. That's everybody that helps me behind the scenes. And that is MSW is just my social work component. So when I made up this email, I had just gotten my master's in social work. So I just thought, hey, that's a good way. We need to act. All social workers need to act, because social workers can play a much bigger role in crime and law enforcement than they've ever had before. And if they can play a bigger role, I really think it will help a lot, especially with domestic violence cases and cases involving women. So thank you, everybody. I totally appreciate you. Olive, make sure you email me so we can commiserate on back issues. And I just appreciate you all so much. Thank you for standing for victims of homicide and their families and calling out for justice, justice for all, and especially justice for those that we are standing for and have lost their life by the hand of someone else. So we will continue to advocate for them and advocate for their families. And we will see you all next week. Wednesday or Thursday, I'll probably be traveling back to Florida. So I don't know if I'll live both nights, but I'll live one of those nights. And we'll be back for sure on Friday night for Friday Night Lies. And I will see you all very soon. Julie, you are the best. Thank you so much for being the co-host of Friday Night Lies.
Thank you for having us. And Good night, Celtics.
Good night, Celtics. And I'm so sorry because Holiday is one of my favorite players, even though you stole him from my Milwaukee Bucks. Good night, Celtic fans. And there's always next year. I know that doesn't sound very good and it hurts, but you got it last year. You were the champions. My Bucks got it, 5 years ago now? It seems like forever. But we always want it again, right? Us sports fans, we're never satisfied. We want that second Rose Bowl or that third Rose Bowl or that fourth Stanley Cup or whatever you're into. We just want to keep on, right? March Madness. We're good if our team wins 3 in a row, right? Alrighty, guys. Well, I really appreciate you, social change warriors out there and justice seekers. And good night for tonight. See you all very soon.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you, live. Thank you, replay. Thank you, everyone who cares about those whose lives have ended traumatically. They deserve justice. Just us. My life mattered.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.